shade off of. I put it there on the bed. The only piece of luggage I brought is a carry-on. That's it. One piece of luggage.
We're live.
With one piece of green material that I've suspended behind me. And I show you all the moves. I took the light, I took the cover off that light, the shade, from my bed table. I sleep to the right of my wife. I took her bed table apart, put the shade over there. By the time she gets back, I'll be all done with my entire production. This took me a total of 9 minutes to set up. I'm using the overhead light that just happened to be there as my key light. And it's also lighting the top of the screen. I tethered it using a USB cable. Clever? Yes, but nothing too complex. Essentially 4-point lighting. 1, I didn't have this, I'd still be fine. 2, left, right. Those lights are even with where I am. Let's take a look at the computer now. Laptop. There I am. I'll move this over to the side. You can see it looks quite good. And I can change my scene instantly. And don't forget that while I'm holding this in front of it, I'm also kind of distorting things because I'm getting a reflection. So I'm holding the camera I'm using, which is my cell phone. You can see it works perfectly. So there's the city of lights in the background. There's my fade. And all I'm using are the cursor keys now because I haven't shown you how to program other things like a remote control, like a keypad, either remote, Bluetooth, or my preferred thing called a Stream Deck. Programming anything is super simple. And I'll be showing you exactly how to do that as well. So I just want you to see that this works perfectly, and I can make myself disappear on my set. I can change the backgrounds, and I can do many, many things. All I have to do is flip through this, and there's the name of my show. I just wanted to show you that setting up green screen requires nothing more than any hotel room. And this is this actually is a luxury suite here. We're staying at the Metropole here in Catalina. It's not a huge room. We've got, I think, probably it looks like I really think it's a queen. It could be a king. I don't think it's a California king. Little picture on the wall. You can see the spatial relationship of the main door to the hallway. There's a fireplace here, electric, and then directly behind me. So my distance between the back of the chair here and the screen is maybe 1.5 feet. There's a terrace behind that and 2 safety pins holding it up. My laptop computer isn't even plugged in. And you can see that literally no power cable. This laptop probably has about a 4.5 hour. That's how fast. And I have no idea how that's going to look right now because I might have changed the angle. So all I need to do is move that a little bit forward until it's right. It's now absolutely perfectly where it was. Couple shifts. There's my body back in position. And now I'm able to shoot my show. Welcome to Joel Bauer's Inner Circle. Today we'll be coming to you from the City of Lights. Now, when I'm in my studio at home, I have all my lights in position. And they're, you tweak them. And so everything is ready. That makes life a lot easier. But this is how simple it is. Not only can it be done, it's exactly how I do it on the road. I'm using the built-in webcam. How's that? I'm not carrying anything extra at all. I'm not even using a special microphone now to make this recording. You should be ultra impressed with the setup. Let me back off here. I showed you pictures, but it's really important you wrap yourself around the setup. You see, green screen, people make it way too complicated. And they show you all these fancy things you have to have. This green piece of material, I believe I spent $4 on this piece of material. $4. I think this is a Joann's, and then I ran a single stitch around the edge using a sewing machine, which I didn't need to do. I took home ec when I was a kid, and so I learned to run a straight stitch, not too complicated. I still have a sewing machine from when I first got married, and that was over That was 32 years ago. That's amazing. I've been with the same woman for 36 years. And there's side light. That's where I was sitting on the chair. There's the computer. And you can still see the setup. And if you see a little movement there, it's because I'm not in frame right now. I'm not sitting there in perfect position. I threw this together to show you that a makeshift green screen setup, your studio can be anywhere you can find. One of those lights is broken right there. You can see they didn't fix it. And 3, with COVID, a lot of things aren't being fixed or serviced. In fact, our room is usually absolutely immaculate, but we've literally been here for a few days here with the wedding, and I don't really care right now. I want you to see, without any aesthetics, without any modification. Right now, the wedding is still going on. They're in the after party. I came down here. I wanted to show you an immediate setup. I've done this all over the world. Laptop, chair, table. If you don't have lampshades or you need to bring it up higher, you take the drawers out of the cabinet. You start stacking the drawers, and then you can make the light even better. I have no extension cords. I take one lamp from one table, and I just literally plug it into the other one. If I carried one extension cord or 2, that would be good, but I really don't do it. And I've always, ALWAYS, always been able to figure this out. That acts as a key light. That acts as by taking the shades off, I have like a floodlight there. And the light bulbs are never that powerful. So this works really well. I did luck out here in that I was able to tilt this light slightly back. And I do believe it helped to centrally locate or centrally isolate the light right there. But the 2-point lighting would have been adequate. And to prove that, I'm going to turn this light off right now. And you can see that it's still pretty good. Surprisingly, still pretty good. So I'm going to sit down here because a lot of you might be thinking, well, what if I don't have that upper light? It doesn't make much difference at all. The only thing I might adjust is the lower left section there. I would have cleaned up a little. Yeah, but I've still got a really crisp, I got a pretty nice image there. That's fantastic. I'm still able to set up, run through my scenes. There's Los Angeles in the background, and there's my set with Los Angeles behind the set. Works perfectly, even without this special light. With this additional light, was there a benefit? I think there was. I think it gave me a little more top light. I think it evened me out a bit, but not significantly, not where it would make a difference. Joel Bauer here. I want you all to know that entire green screen, I have taken this suitcase. This is a brick suitcase. This is designed for US and European. It's the maximum size. I really love Brick's luggage. I don't believe they ever make this anymore because I bought like 5 of them. 4 of them went to my students as gifts. You can see it only has 2 wheels. I don't like the 4-wheel configuration. Why? They break. These suckers never break because they're integrated. More moving parts, more break. Inside this bag, there's usually 2 pieces of metal, and those 2 pieces of metal create that humping, that kind of camel hump. So I put the green screen right in there, my pair of shoes, alternate shoes, dress shoes or running shoes, and then in this case, I put all my cords, accessories, and power grid. So really, I'm not using anything there. Now I layer in pants, underwear, distributing every square inch. Laptop, right there, a particular Dell laptop. I believe this is an 80, I don't think it matters, it's a G7. It's a very good laptop. I will tell you though, I can do exactly what I've done here with laptops that cost as little as $700 because I've been doing this for years. The bag, when packed, holds, well, I can go to Asia, run master classes and events for 2 months, 1 bag, rotating, and I have entire systematic trainings on packing and unpacking a bag. The reason I only take 1 bag is you might as well kiss your bags goodbye when you check them. Majority of the time they come back, I won't say majority, regularly they come back damaged or missing. My wife, 3 kids, 3 members of her extended family went to Paris, France. All their luggage was gone. They got some of the luggage back literally 2 months after the trip was completed. They had to buy all new stuff. That's a lucky story. I can't tell you how many times I've had nightmares. So I learned to pack extremely effectively with very few items and with universal application. There's your green screen setup. And let me tell you something. That's not a special setup, nor is that extraordinary in any way. That setup, I'm able to manifest anywhere. 2 side lights, 1 upper. I just want you to wrap yourself around that, because this is a major part of our training. And when it looks good, it is good. Joel Bauer here. I will now create a video with that setup right here from my remote location in Catalina. He's not going to be able to do what they do online if he doesn't learn green screen. This young man's remarkable. So I want you guys to see what's going on over here. 3 lights. So Leo, have a seat there. Be very careful. Don't trip over the cords, because I jerry-rig this. This is called commando style. Just sit there straight up, kind of like a little forward, middle of the seat. That keeps your energy well. And if you take a look, Leo, there's a green screen behind you. You've got 1 light to your right. It was actually broken. 1 light to your left, Leo. I took the tops off the lights, and you've got a little bit of key light and forward light. I tilted this back. And now, Leo, if you were to push, Leo, just push it once. Okay, do me a favor, Leo. Don't do it yet. Get ready. So there's the name of the show, called Inner Circle. All right, so this is JoeLIVE Inner Circle, or whatever I want to call it. Click that button once. And now your audience sees you materialize in the scene. And that could be you in front of a game. Push it again, 1 more time. And now there you are in your virtual studio. And I can have you appear in front of anything a YouTuber would be talking about or game. Now, if you push the upper cursor right there, and I'm not even showing the students here how to automate this where you don't have to hit these buttons, hit the upper one time. That'll take you backwards. At the end of your show, if you want to go to break, all the scenes are changeable. I'm just showing you 2 scenes. Do you find that amazing?
Yes.
No, I mean, didn't you always wonder how the guys were able to cut themselves out and be right in front of the big screen? You're going to be able to do this. And Leo, this cost me $0. It's a $3 piece of material using the regular lights that are here in a hotel room. You're in another room here.
Yes.
Are you amazed, Jeff, because you've been around this business. You've been on countless motion picture sets.
Yes.
Countless television sets.
Yeah.
Countless productions in theaters.
It's a portable television studio.
Yeah, but what did I carry here? All I brought was my laptop computer. That's all I have with me. It's not even plugged in. I open it up and I have instant studio, and you were blown away when you saw my production studio about a week ago. You were over, and you were kind of surprised when you saw. I don't think you thought. Did you really believe it was that simple?
No.
It's 3-point lighting. I added this light, and I proved also on a video that I'll be including that you don't even need to do this. This was the only so-called jerry rig, and I used an existing cable. And I could have taken the coat hanger from the closet. This is all I'm doing, Leo. I just use this. I use that as leverage. Whatever. I did very well in physics in school. So I'm using nothing special, Leo. Leo, we're going to have you rocking and rolling on your next birthday. Your dad and I are going to make sure that you have what you need. And Leo, you're going to be able to game online, teach things online, and you're going to have a professional studio setup. It's not how much you spend. You can do it with any laptop and virtually no resources. People think you have to buy a whole lighting kit and then screw around, and half the time they can't get it working. Any laptop, free software, plus the downloads. I'm going to be giving you the backdrops. I'm going to be giving you everything you need to set up your entire virtual world online, everything in your heart and in your mind that you want to teach others. And you're going to get paid to do something you love to do if you decide you want to do it. Even your mom would probably, if she had a setup and you could teach her how to do this, she could then show backdrops. She could show photographs of scenes. It would enhance her teaching because she teaches online as well professionally in between her live events. Today's a special day. you get to see Joel behind the scenes teaching Commando Tactical. Please write down the following. When I get done with you in the next 2, 3, potentially 4 hours with questions, not longer, I think we might be done in 3, might be done in 2.5, because I really thought this through. The first thing we're going to start with today are gifts. So write down, Joel's sending me gifts. If I'm on this call and I remain till the end, that means not to exceed 4 hours, most likely less time. If you're here till the end, then you'll be able to use the gifts. If you're not here till the end, you won't, for one reason. The only way that you can receive all these gifts in this training is if you are attending live. This will not be gifted. This is being gifted to you. Number 2, Joel will trust me with the replay, because this will sell for $5,000 US in a funnel with an incredible sales page and probably a few more resources, but not many. I'm going to be showing you how incredible this really is. I've got a lot of surprises for you. Number 3, you will be able to run, structure, and build your own television show for online use. And in fact, it'll look better than some of the network shows in terms of functionality and in terms of audience engagement. That is correct. That's a lot for me to represent, isn't it? Isn't it a shame that behind me right here is New York City? Aren't you saddened to think that New York is not a place you'd want to travel to now? Broadway is shut down. Eating in a local deli is reserved for maybe 18 people on the outside. Standing in lines of 3 and 4 hours, although thousands upon thousands of people are departing weekly. And they say that Broadway may never emerge. So I want you to write this down. It's up to us to create our own Broadway. The reason for this training today, and I want you to know something here, I'm not here to entertain you. I would really recommend you shut off any distractions. There's no recording allowed here. You'll be awarded all of the recording if you're in attendance. If I hear that you share this with anyone else, then you're screwing me. So write this down. This is Joel's intellectual property. I'm showing you how to build, develop, engineer, and deliver a product, only having to do it one time. How much did I spend to prepare for this training? Well, including last night, $41,000. Why? Because I started trying to figure this out over 27 years ago. I grew up on a television set. I'll be 60 in October, coming up. And on the television set, there were walls painted green, which was called chroma key. And the idea behind key, and I'd like you to write this down, is it's a color that you normally wouldn't wear or wouldn't bear, meaning your skin, jewelry, glasses, hair, your whole coloration doesn't have any of the color that's behind you contained within it. So the contrasting color, which is generally an electric blue or royal blue, but green is better. Blue is good for photography. Green is better. And just like all the Marvel motion pictures, Thor, Spider-Man, all of the specialized motion pictures coming out, they're working on green screen sets where there is no one but the actors and a few props. Everything is green screen. So I want you to watch carefully, because I'm not going to bore you here. I promise you that. And I'm not going to make this so technical that you're going to go in overload. I am holding the piece of material that you just saw in the hotel room. My total cost for this material, and you'll notice there's safety pins on the ends. Those are the pins I use. I only use 2 of them. I place them on a curtain when I go to Malaysia. I'll be going back to Malaysia very soon. Back to Singapore very soon. You going to tell me that's not magic? Now, because a lot of you have been around and you have your little Zoom setup and your little Loom setup. No, Loom can't do this. How many of you notice when you do a Loom video, there's no way to change the background? Well, you're going to be able to do Loom videos from now on and change your background. And you're going to be able to do Zoom and StreamYard. Please write this down. What I am teaching you today is so incredibly advanced and so simple that the technicians and the consultants that I hire, you're getting this for free. I paid a fortune to learn to do this, including last night. I was up till 4 a.m. tweaking. And the wedding I went to, well, my wife would say that wasn't much a wedding at all for me. I took my computer. I had objectives and goals. I had you on my brain. Nothing's being sold here. This is the last pandemic bonus workshop you will see me offer free of charge. Others will pay dearly for the thinking behind this, the organization and the structure. Green screen means you can do miracles. How much is the piece of material I'm holding? It's a muslin. It's not a very good material. Makes your arm disappear. You can do magic with it. It's called black art, by the way, because black on black completely veils whatever's behind it. Same principle. So with this piece of material, at the bottom of my suitcase, with no expense, simple laptop computer. Okay, well, maybe my laptop has a little bit of power, but I can assure you, I could have done it with a $200 Chromebook. I could have done it with nothing because the program I'm about to teach you requires virtually no resources. Now, Joel, why would you teach us how to do something without expensive software like Vimix or Wirecast? I want you to write down Vimix, V-M-I-X. There's a free version, but it's kind of basic. It doesn't quite give you enough. It doesn't give you enough flexibility. So you end up spending a minimum of $350. Well, I don't like to spend your money. There's a reason I'm using OBS. Some of you know this, but today it's not about learning how to use OBS. Oh, I'm going to show you how. I'm going to wrap you around this where emotionally you're going to be so excited about doing this, you probably won't be able to sleep. But you'll be able to sleep because it won't take you very long to get functional. In fact, if you were to spend a few hours, maybe even an hour when I get done here, without even looking at the video, because you won't receive my gifts till probably tomorrow afternoon, because I have another group to coach tomorrow afternoon that pays thousands of dollars to be there. I don't give away my time, but I'm giving it to you because this is the defining difference between you looking like an amateur and you being able to create a professional and very elegant point of view. You being able to take someone behind the scenes. You being able to establish what they're going to be able to do. Oh, you're probably saying right now, well, that was kind of cool. You mean we're going to be able to do that? Sure. By show of hands here, how many of you would agree engagement is also based upon as a talking head, because that's all we are on the internet as a talking head. We've got to create different points of view. So if I take you with thousands or millions or billions of sets that I can change behind me, Joel, did you say billions? Are you speaking like a politician? I said billions because there are billions of free photographs out there that you can take with your own camera, only limited by your time, and you can change your backdrop. In fact, everywhere you've ever been and every photo you've ever taken, which captured an emotional composite of that experience, compartmentalized your experience, whether it was a master class or training with Dr. Monica Mallet or training with Celia Garcia or training with Dr. Chris, all of those moments, you're now able to project the audience directly into. So this is kind of important. Does it go deeper? Yeah, it goes a lot deeper. You see, I also have prepared for you a virtual studio. Well, I don't understand. Well, in a virtual studio, it means that you're going to own everything behind me. I'm giving it to you for free. Others will pay for it. This is the master recording, by the way. There will be no edits. There will be no retakes. Joel, you don't seem very nervous. How do you shoot a product knowing, especially with technology and multiple cameras, and guys, it's a laptop computer. and a couple Logitech inexpensive cameras. A microphone that sells for $140, maybe $90 on sale, maybe $180 if you're in Australia because of tax and shipping in Malaysia, where you pay more for products manufactured in Malaysia. Aaron will tell you, it's very frustrating. A place where the economy is so challenged, and yet when you go to buy something that's manufactured there, they charge you more. So I don't have a capital investment in anything. Oh, if you're wondering how I produced the sound that you heard at the very beginning, how did I produce the sound that was cut? Well, I found out something. Take a look in my hand here. The speaker is 3 inches by 5 inches. It's the size of a index card. Cost? Now you can buy something like this for $26, $30. Yeah, you'll have links. No, they're not affiliate links, so don't make a dime on them. So Joel, you're telling me you found a workaround where you can play PowerPoint through a program that isn't designed to do that. That's correct. StreamYard, you can't play PowerPoint through StreamYard unless you hook up vMeter, but then I don't want to tell you about all the things that go wrong. These programs have problems. So I made things simple. Raise your hand if you could afford to buy a $36 speaker, throw it in your bag, use it as Bluetooth, use it as a micro PA system. In fact, the speaker I use is a micro PA system this big. I wear a headset and I can conduct an event for up to 50 people. It weighs less than 1 pound and costs less than $100. Who thinks that's a really good idea to have that? Am I making any money if you buy one? None. I'm giving you the direct links. I'm not here to nickel and dime you. So please get past that today. I'm here to get you functional as a road warrior. So Joel, you're telling me that we're going to be able to do presentations, and we're going to be able to structure those presentations, and we're going to be able to do this without a tech staff. You mean, Joel, you don't have any technicians working next to you right now? No. Here's the only technician I have. I put on my magic ring, which sells for $30, and now I can control my PowerPoint. And I can move it to another frame. I can turn on the pre-show, and I can let people live vicariously through the words and actions of others. I can let them hear the testimonials from my next level, JoeLIVE coaching or inner circle, and soon my breakthrough group. Tomorrow night at 12 midnight, my breakthrough group will be sold out. I think it'll be sold out in the next 4 hours. And that's it. 97 people. I hold their hand, and they break through, and they get out of their way, and they're able to deliver online with not only competence, confidence, clarity, and they learn the art of languaging and content development on a level that I may have never revealed before, breaking through their self-imposed barriers. So we are all digital marketers, and I'm about to potentially run, I'll make that announcement at the end here when I turn off the recorder. I'll make the announcement about my master classes. I want you to write this down. There are no more live events going on in the world with the permission of government, internationally, with the permission of hotels. In the continental contiguous United States, states are run by governors, mayors, not the president of the United States. He can intervene on occasion, but only in an emergency. And so we have a situation where we no longer can decide on where we set up. And so I have figured out, I would argue with you, and I would argue with my friend Tony Robbins, I have figured out breakthrough techniques and processes that will blow away anyone currently running virtual events, and my masterclass graduates, soon to be, from Asia and the US will experience. That's why I'm introducing some of the technology here today, everything you would need to run a really powerful event.
It was enlightening, taught us to think outside the square. We are loving this journey on the bridge. Thank you, Joel Byer and Scott Fardulis, for what you're giving to us, opening doors, giving us the opportunities to do the things we've never dreamed of.
Thank you for the bridge. I have had people approaching me now for health and wealth solutions. They see a new confidence in me.
If I'm speaking from that level of confidence, there's nothing that's going to stand in my way. No thing, no person. We are going to reach our goals and smash right through them.
Scott, Juliet, and Joe, I just wanted to say thank you so much for the opportunity to learn and grow.
I don't just create products for myself. I create them for organizations. Write this down. You are now a corporate trainer. You are now a keynote speaker. Please write this down. I am not here to hurt you. I promise you. I'm here to gift you, and gift you. And then I'm here to show you a series of moves that are so simple, it's going to frighten you. Frighten you that you didn't embrace it earlier. But my art form is taking the complex and making it simple. You are a keynote speaker. You are an online closer and presenter. If there is no call to action, then no action is taken. So if you don't make an offer, which you have an ethical and moral responsibility to manifest, then you are a moron. And you are hurting everyone that listens to you. People that tell you not to sell are idiots. That means you have to compromise your dignity, compromise your life, and go back to doing something you don't want to do if, in fact, your calling is to contribute, speak, and empower. And since you speak for free, why don't you monetize the one thing you do all day long and get nothing in return for? In fact, most of your friends don't even take you seriously. They love you, they hang with you, they jet ski with you, they ski down a mountain in the snow, but then they ask someone else for advice and pay them a couple $1,000s an hour. Attorney, doctor, voyeur, lawyer, whatever it may be, it's your turn to shine. You are also a facilitator for other people. You are also a master of ceremonies. You are a content provider. You are a pitch builder. You are a television personality with your own television station. You are a podcaster, but we can do better than podcasting. Why? Why the hell would I want to listen to you when I can see you and hear you? Why would you want to communicate from just one dimension? When we see it, we hear it, we feel it, the more senses you involve, the more money you make. So podcasting is just one tool, a tool in a very deep toolbox. Video is king because contained within the video is the podcast. Contained within the video is the emotional circuitry. And if you know how to run an online event, then you can do even more. Joel, are you telling me that with one hand in the air, you're able to do all the things that we've already seen? No, I can do more. You mean, Joel, you built us a three-dimensional graphics pre-show that you're gifting to all of us that would easily be $2,000, $3,000, and you're gifting it to us? It's already done. It doesn't have my name on it. It sets their expectations. It tells them to get pen and pad. It tells them to get healthy snacks. It tells them to make sure they hydrate. What an excellent idea to hydrate, don't you think? And all you have to do is hit a button. And before your webinar, before your consultation, I'll write that down, you're a webinar master, able to convert online 365, 24/7 while you sleep. Make money while you sleep. Dr. Carney here. Oh, no, Joel, you didn't do that for us, did you? Yeah, I already named your show. You can change it, but I made you a beautiful graphic, and I made it generic and didn't put my name on it. Celia Garcia, would you please confirm that Mindset Mission Moves would work perfectly with what you talk about? Dr. Chris, a medical doctor, would you confirm that a medical doctor is useless without someone having a decent mindset about their cure? If they don't have a positive outcome, they can manifest their death. You can will yourself to live. And Dr. Chris, can't you will yourself to die? Could someone else actually will themselves to die? They have done it. In fact, the majority of people who are married over 50 years die within months when they lose their wife or husband. And they say it's natural causes. I say it's a broken heart. What do you say? Doesn't really matter what you say, does it? Unless you package and position it. So every single move I'm making here, please write down the following. Behind you will be your city of choice. Well, where are you going to find your city of choice for free? Please write down Usplash. USPL. Oh, don't worry. I have all the links for you. I've already done all the research. I've already gotten you every free tool. And I worked diligently, even reached out to my friend and mentor, Dean Hankey, reached out to Eduardo Ramos, now also a mentor. At one point, they were students. They're still students, but they're also mentors. So we're mentors mentoring mentors. Oh, write this down. You're a mentor. I want you to know something. These hours are going to glide by. If you're bored, go away. You'll only miss everything that would have made all the difference. And I don't say that jokingly. This skill set you're about to learn is going to open a door that's going to set the bar on an entirely different level. Oh, yeah, entirely different level. And so when you're telling your story with the use of PowerPoint in the background, watch me now, because I'm in Zoom. Am I in Zoom? Do you know anyone else that can do that in Zoom? Do you know anyone else that knows how to plug in a virtual camera without doing tremendous research? Do you know anyone else that knows which microphone to use, which earpiece to use, how to make the lips align with the words almost perfectly? And imagine yourself on a Zoom where someone says, "So what do you do?" And they think you're just on a camera with some silly background behind you like everyone else, where the lights are flickering and it doesn't look very good. But suddenly you're doing this, and you're doing this, and you're doing this. Guys, did you miss the move? Celia, you missed the move, babe. I'm here. I didn't mean that derogatorily. I call Dr. Carney babe. I call my daughters, my son. I call my son babe. I call my dogs babe. It's just a loving phrase. It's not a good phrase, though. So forgive me. I'll try not to use it again. Dr. Carney, oh, excuse me, Dr. Carney, babe. So my background here is whatever I want it to be. Oh, wait a minute. That's pretty amazing. What if I wanted to go to a different website and I didn't want to have to look for it or use a mouse, and I'm wearing that ring right now, and I have my hand on a table, and I haven't shown you exactly what's on the table yet. Oh, no, that's yet to come. I mean, I suppose I could show you this little tiny box here. It's so cute. It costs less than a steak dinner for two. Oh, my God, Joel, there's little pictures of you all over those buttons, and they're all coded, and they're all named, and yet you seem to know them by heart. I do. I used to teach memory systems, so I'm going to be teaching you a mnemonic where you don't even have to look. Oh, no way. Way. You don't even have to look. Well, that's kind of interesting, Joel. So you mean that you could be on this website, and if Joel wanted to take you to another website, like his own website, he could do it just like that. Well, how the hell did he do that? He's not even using a mouse. Raise your hand if you're liking this. The ability to concentrate on your audience and the ability to move them and groove with them emotionally. The ability to take them wherever you want to take them. And if you want to move yourself out of the way, you just move yourself out of the way. Fade in, fade out. I have a question for all of you. Isn't this similar to television? Maybe with a little less resolution, because the program I'm using, I didn't set for 4K. You mean you can do 4K broadcasts? Write that down. But 4K is not okay unless you have a laptop like mine, and most of you don't, so we're not going to push it. Because when you push it, it is not about the resolution. It is about content, connection, complementing what it is you do, emotionally engaging the audience. That is the entire key. Oh, you got to be kidding me, Joel. You mean you built us timing counters? And even for those who didn't download them about a week ago, I improved them again, sending you the whole training. You're getting that in the gift package. And then all you do is replace yourself with your students and their quotes. I have a complete over 1 hour training for you, 1 hour and 3 minute training I prepared for you that shows you how to use the entire template that I would charge, write this down, over $2,500 for individually. It took me 3.5 weeks to code it. And that was 4 hours a day, and I did not delegate that. I coded every one of those slides. There are thousands of micro clicks in PowerPoint, and it took me a while to figure it out. You got to be kidding me, Joel. You mean we're going to be able to do that? And you're telling me, Joel, we're going to be able to take someone to any website even do our offers. Oh, by the way, that's amazing, Joel. That's Dr. Monica Mallett, and she's already speaking.
You gave us a turnkey system that was done for us.
Worth its weight in gold. Thank you, Joe. You've really touched me and blessed my heart. We have no idea.
You gave us a turnkey system that was done for us. I feel empowered with you in the corner. I can't fail.
What makes Joel different is he does not leave anything out. He proves that things work. It's not just theory. He makes sure that you succeed.
Joel Bauer's coaching is absolutely incredible. I am blown away by exactly.
So I have a question for all of you.
Yes, all the tools.
We're learning to be digital marketers here. We're learning to create mechanisms that sell around the clock. When I made my first $1 million on a stage in just over an hour and 4 minutes, my wife freaked out. She'd seen me make $500,000. She'd seen me make a couple $100,000. She'd seen me make $7,000. She'd seen all variations. But $1 million was like, I remember she had to catch her air. Half of that went to the producer. So then we learned to run our own events. Write this down. You're going to run your own events. So why do I work with Aaron Sim and Tracy Wong of Wealth Mentors in Asia? Well, they're the only people I work with. You want to know the truth? Because I love them and I love to work with them. And we have fun. And every time I go there, I learn more because they're master mentors and we teach each other. And we work on new strategies together. Because I have an open mind and I will listen to people who do what I do if they have my level of production, which they do. Please write this down. Don't listen to anyone that isn't producing a result, the result that you want. Don't listen to technicians that aren't producing the result that you want. And what is the point of listening to someone who's into the tactical and technical, and this is beautiful, if it doesn't actually, this is going to monetize. So you should listen to me. But wait a minute, Joel, are you a technician? Hell no. Hell no. Everything I've learned here, I learned the hard way. That's why it took me over $41,000 to figure this out. And I really sat down and figured out what I spent on consultants. And Joel, we're not going to have to do that? No. So Joel, I don't understand something right now. You're telling me that you can literally click a button and you can see your Groove Pages account, you can see your sales pages, you can see your ClickFunnels account with just a single button. You can turn on a pre-show if you decide to do that, or you could show us how to learn OBS online without the frustration and without the complications ever before. So I can do literally anything I want. Oh, let me show you the behind the scenes. It's time to pull back the veil. The screen share will now take place for quite a long time here. And if you take a look here at the pre-show, before that is the 5-minute break. Give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen. Make it big, guys. You have control in Zoom. You don't have to look at little itty-bitty boxes. Desktop right. That's interesting. Year to date. Let's see what I've made effortlessly. I haven't lifted a finger in the last 2.5 weeks. My commissions are currently $142,000. That means I've already collected about $80,000 of it. We just got another check. They release the commissions about every 37 days because until they're paid, how many of you agree? You shouldn't be paid because people can cancel for the first 30 days, but they don't if you're supporting them well. And even though you don't have to, I do. Revenue is $344,000. That means that's what they've collected so far. It in no way indicates what they're going to collect because it'll be 3 times that to 4 times that to 5 times that, depending on the payment program that 98% embrace. Transactions, 874. If I go 100 rows deep, well, I think you get the idea. And so I can just click, tell my story, go anywhere I want to go. How many of you would agree, by show of hands, this is a lot more impressive, showing an offer and showing I want you to write down all the things that you may want to do with this. Would you like to be seated right here, just like I am, or would you rather be seated right over here? It doesn't matter. But the reason I moved myself is because there's something written there. Those accepted for 4 consecutive Thursdays from 4 to 8 p.m., that's about to begin for those that were accepted. And when I hit 97, probably 2 o'clock in the morning tonight, and that's it. How many of you remember, by show of hands here? Hang on. I'd like to see the whole group here. So just for a second, I'm going to go under Stop Share in Zoom. Probably the only time I'm going to do this till Q&A at the end. And I'm going to go to our collective here. By show of hands, how many of you remember that approximately 3 months ago, I had an entire group trying to pay me, and I canceled. I said, nope, keep your money. I'm not doing it. Who's never heard another marketer do that when there's over 130 grand sitting in a pile waiting to be collected for yet another event, and I run multiple events? It's pretty rare indeed. So Helga and Jacob and PJ and Doris and Derek and Peter Nicotto. Peter Nicotto is probably one of the most effective students I've ever seen. Never seen anyone move at the pace he moves at. Never seen anyone achieve that much in such a short, and show it off in the right way, ethically and morally. No ego. It's not his amigo. He's just into efficiency. And he made his decision very carefully. He spoke to my daughter. Better than speaking to me sometimes, because she can be objective through a different point of view. I cannot. That's why I always tell people, listen to the students, speak to them. Don't ask me how great it is. It's all about the result. It's not about me. Soon I will be gone, but the training will live on. And soon you will be gone, but Peter, your training will live on. It, sir, is a legacy move. And you can see Peter has a studio behind him. Does it look good? Well, 20, 30 years ago, we would have thought that looked real, but now we know too much. What's interesting, ladies and gentlemen, is I'd like you to take a look at Peter Nicotto over there with his studio, because there's a couple things he doesn't know how to do, or maybe he does. Take a look over here. Peter, I'm in front of a green screen, which means I can teach you, or you may already know, we can cut me out, and we can put you and I behind the counter behind you, sitting next to each other, having a conversation, even though I'm in Nagano, Japan, and you might be in Bangladesh. And people will think we're talking directly to each other behind that table, and it will look 100% real. Anyone like to be able to do that? How would you like to do an interview with someone famous, and they say, sure. And you go, hang on, just put a piece of green material up. I already mailed you one, $3, 2 safety pins, turn on a couple lights. And now you're interviewing them personally. How many of you think there's greater intimacy in interviewing someone personally? I think so. So Peter looks good, but I noticed that Peter's head is disappearing. Take a look at his left and right ear. That means that he's using a built-in program that simulates a green screen, but he doesn't actually have one. Peter, give me a thumbs up if you have one. Thumbs down if you don't. So here's what's incredible. Peter looks fantastic, and I admire the fact that he's using the built-in technology, but soon we can raise the bar, and Peter will raise the bar tonight, and that kind of excites me. So for all of you, I want you to know something here. You're going to be able to do it all. And if I'm in a Zoom box here and someone asks me a question, I tell them to go somewhere, and I show them the order page has a meter on it, and the meter is only going to last 1 day, 8 hours, 24 minutes, and 29 seconds. And when it disappears, who has seen my sales pages disappear before and they do not come back? And the price never returns. This is $1,297. $1,297 for something that I will charge $15,000 for in the future. And those who applied and were accepted, that means the first 97. Oh yeah, there's a video there and it plays over and over again, does all the selling for me, but there's no selling that needs to be done. And you all need to realize that. Would all of you please write down joelbauer.click? Just write it down. You don't have to go there. I'd like you to steal the design before you go to bed tonight and before it disappears in a day. Who would like to steal a funnel? I think it's a good idea because my funnels convert and they sell out. And this isn't even a sales funnel. It's just a sales page, but it really is a funnel. It's a single page funnel. And if you have engagement, it converts 100% of the time. I've never seen it fail. And you can steal the colors and the idea. I'm giving you permission. Your life by design, no longer by default. That's original. I want you all to write this down. Quit quoting other people. Start quoting yourself. Benjamin Franklin is dead. Quit quoting other people unless it's something really profound, like today is the tomorrow you worried about yesterday. I can't shake that. That's something I just can't shake. Because whenever I say that to myself, I leave depression behind and I leave procrastination all of its own. Today is the tomorrow you worried about yesterday. So could I sit here right now and worry about all the things that could go wrong during this training? Sure. So I made lists of them. There was about 240 things that could go wrong. And then I rehearsed every friggin' move. And I could still have something go wrong. So write this down because it's a quote of mine, but it's a quote you should live by. There are no mistakes other than the ones you acknowledge. So one day I was on stage and the blue screen of death came upon my PC. At the same moment, the bulb on my projector blew up. You're supposed to get 3,500 hours out of them. I got a broken bulb and the blue screen of death at the same time. Raise your hand if that's not very good for a live event. Well, there's only one thing I didn't notice. Everyone in the audience was starting to point. And I saw people like, and I just kept teaching. And then I turned and I saw hell. No screen. Didn't even know it was blue screen. What did I do? I had a backup plan. I had something I could teach for 5-10 minutes. I taught for another 5-10 minutes and I said, we're now going to break. And when we come back, here's what you need to be ready to do. I didn't acknowledge that. I didn't say a word about it. When they come back, I had rebooted the computer. It didn't work. It died, but I carry 2 computers. I always have a backup. And I also carry 2 bulbs, a pair of gloves, and a small screwdriver. And it takes me 38 seconds to change a bulb. I rehearsed it 50 times. Yes, I did. The gloves keep me from touching the bulb so I don't touch the oil on the bulb. I teach my students everything they need to know to survive and thrive and not be codependent on some idiot on his cell phone at the back of the room talking to his girlfriend inappropriately, because that is often the case. Aaron, raise your hand if that's exactly what happens at the majority of events. You're paying 20, 30 grand for technicians who can't run the event half as well as you could if you knew the basic moves. So tonight is full picture about how you present yourself. Also, write this down. StreamYard costs $500 approximately, about $470. The price is going up soon per year. I can afford it. I use it. It's a great tool. So write down StreamYard. StreamYard's great for projecting yourself into about 8 Facebook groups, into Twitch, into about 8 different streams. Pretty good. It simulates a lot of what this can do, but not as accurately. It kind of has presets, kind of limits you, kind of like Apple versus PC. PC is unlimited. Apple is actually a closed architecture. People don't know that. I worked with Apple 15 years, made a fortune with them. Why don't I use their products? Because I like an open architecture. I don't like to be limited. I don't like my rights taken away from me. Now, if I had a choice and I could only buy one computer, would it be Apple or PC? It would be Apple. Huh? You just contradicted yourself. No. I would buy my Apple with Boot Camp and I would boot to either PC or Apple. Now I get the best of both worlds. So I love you no matter what you use. But everyone's going to be able to do this, regardless. Even if there's a certain program or nuance designed for PC, you'll be able to boot your Apple to Boot Camp. Don't use Parallels and don't use any variation. Use Boot Camp. Set it up, because it's more dependable. It has more stability for what it is we're doing, because your Apple, which is just a PC with a different operating system. That's all it is. It's all it's ever been. So write down joelbauer.click. That's my ClickFunnels account. That won't be there for long. I'll be migrating over to, oh yeah, no question, GrooveFunnels as soon as they're ready, and they're getting pretty close to what I need. And then everything else is just a gift for life. / JoeLIVE exclusive - breakthrough. That's joelbauer.click / JoeLIVE exclusive - breakthrough. And that's the only time I'm going to mention it. Why? If you don't mention what you have to offer when you're teaching, then they don't have an opportunity. Then they find out about everyone else's successes, and they wonder why it's taking them 5, 10 years longer, 20, usually never, to figure it out. Because if you look on the internet, they give you one piece of the puzzle, but they never give you all the pieces of the puzzle. You name your event. Please write this down, because you need to name your event, and you need to name your television show here. So I named this event JoeLIVE exclusive because it's a JoeLIVE exclusive, and I use the L for the live, so the two words go together, my name and live. And then at the end of live is an E, exclusive. Anytime you can take the words and time together, you'll own the URL. Well, Joel, how come you're not using one of your own domains? Why would you use .click? Because it works better. Write this down. Do what works. Quit jerking around. If you're currently using ClickFunnels, God save you, and you're dealing with all of the repercussions that go along with that, I do. I pay full bore. I do what works. Most important thing is that people can get where they need to get. So don't be too creative with your little bit.lys and your guys. Make sure they got a friggin' address that'll take them to where they need to arrive. Real important. Also, make sure of the following. On all of your offers, and I mean all of them, you put up a counter, you set up a time, and you do not go back on your word. When the offer's off the table or it sells out, that's it. No exceptions. No one else comes in. No comps, no freebies, no discounts. You decide on the value of your time, and you set up a scarcity counter. And you put it in writing. Application acceptance opportunity ends when we embrace 99. It's actually 97. There will be no exceptions. My Inner Circle Masterclass members are being given the first enrollment opportunity now. They were. And 29% of those people in my Inner Circle who are currently studying with me are now going to be studying with me longer, even though I told them they didn't need to. And they said, well, we don't need to. I said, no, you don't need to. The only person I would recommend this for is someone that can afford to continue studying with me where it's not going to hurt them, and someone who feels that they're able to really assimilate and take it in. For someone who hasn't been studying with me, that's why I call it the breakthrough. 16 hours at deep level with coaching, nurturing, gifting, and you wouldn't believe the gifts. Well, you would. You're going to see the gifts right here. So write this down. You have to have a specific timeline. You have to have your dates laid out for your offers. And so what I'm going to show you how to do here will frame all of that. October 1, 8, 15, and 22. After that, I'll be in Masterclass, conducting it from here, and then I'll be running a bonus 2-day live event. So write this down. The only way for you to be completely effective at running a Masterclass live event of your doing in today's pandemic world is you must over-deliver online, and you must have the ability to engage in multiple ways that blow people away emotionally, that move them to do the task at hand, and never teach over 4 hours. Write this down. Never teach over 4 hours. They can't handle it. One break, and that's why I'm giving you the break clock. You don't realize what I'm gifting you here. I'm gifting you the structure for you to run a masterclass level presentation. Oh, sure, I'm going to be doing a lot of other things I'm not teaching here, but what I am teaching you is incredible. And it is the core. The core. In fact, most of you will find it hard to believe, but I've already spent over $70,000 US just to learn new breakthroughs from other people like myself mentors mentoring each other who are running the most successful online programs in the world. And so we're not just going to run virtual events. Write this down. We're going to run events that transcend live events. Why? Because we're going to have a virtual event for twice the period of time. So write that down. If you're planning on 5 days, make it 10. And then a 2-day free event where you feature all of your students and they get to keep all the money they generate, and you put an audience in front of them so they can translate everything they've learned. How friggin' powerful is that? And then you get to coach them in that big city you're in. Joel, you're telling me we're going to get everything we see here? More? No way. Way. I don't understand, Joel. What the hell is that, Joel? Those are your gifts just for showing up here, just for making the moves. Well, what the hell is that, Joel? Custom animations that I built for you that you might like. Mindset mission moves. Then your picture goes right there on top of mine. Or you just cut it off before my picture appears. That's one variation. Here's one you don't even have to modify. These are your intros and outros. Live your life by design, not in default. A saying I coined over 38 years ago. It's amazing how many things are stolen and people don't even know where they stole them from or who, because they don't understand intellectual property. So don't worry. Gave you a couple things you don't have to steal. You can use my stuff there, and it will help you. Raise your hand if you're liking that. That's just the first folder. That's called Custom Videos Animations. That's how I produced them. And I learned about videos through Eduardo Ramos, a man who's a master of PowerPoint. Even though when I introduced him to PowerPoint, he didn't really know how to use it. Well, he got better than I am. He got fancy schmancy. He should put on a cocktail dress and walk around with a martini. He's very fancy. And he's brilliant. And I actually ended up hiring him to build things for me because he became certified in my style. Write this down. You're going to be able to present your certification licensing programs that will give you the escape strategy. That's right, that method of retiring from the speaking business, because most people have no idea how to do that. They don't know how to build licensing programs. They don't know how to build the license. They don't know how to make the offer. And this is the perfect way to do it and the perfect facility. Wow, that's pretty cool, Joel. But Joel, there's something else here that none of you have probably ever seen before. Anyone watching what I'm doing right now on the screen? Anyone finding that interesting? Can I do shapes and designs? Could I draw pictures? Could I actually do my name if I felt? Oh yeah, I could do anything I want. And it's the largest black and white screen. You mean, Joel, you're going to tip exactly how yeah, it's just a piece of software, but it's a piece of software that works instantly. And if I don't want to use the black screen, because maybe you don't want to use the black screen, maybe you want to go black on black, and then maybe those arrows will look different. Maybe you want to talk about a series of shapes or designs, and you don't want to have to walk around with your iPad or any other device. You want it all to be built in instantly, and you want to have total control, plus about 19 other things it does. And so the beauty of it, and this really is the beauty of it, and I want you to just know about that right now, is I want you to see something here that's really, really important. And that is, let's say I want to show you this pair of glasses, and I want to talk about this microphone, and I want to talk about the earpiece, which is the Shure SM6. I want to talk to you about these things. And I want to talk to you about the sound panel right down here. And I want to talk to you about, Aaron wants to talk to you about options, stock options, and a system that is predictive, when to get in, when to get out. And Aaron would love to be able to make all those points and then instantly clean them up. Who thinks that could be very useful in addition to your presentation? Do you mean today I wanted you to get enough tools, enough skills, in less than 4 hours? And what else would you really be doing with your time? Watching Gilligan's Island or My Mother the Car or reruns of something, or maybe on Netflix looking for something. They're starting to release garbage movies, by the way, movies that were never going to make it to prime time because they're running out of stuff to show you. And most of you are just treading water, amusing yourself in front of a box that'll be there after your death. I say we live vicariously through our experiences now. So take a look at the next gift. Oh, you mean that drawing software is right there? Oh, yeah. Let me just get right out of that right now. And now, the software is called Epic Pen. I don't make a dime on it. You can get the free version, does basically what I just showed you. I bought the advanced version for $25. I consider that a pretty good investment. You have no idea what hell I went through to find that particular program. Write this down. I went through 27 programs before I found the right one. So a mentor is really the art of omission. It's getting rid of everything that doesn't work and including only what works. That's why you go to a mentor. They save you the headache. What is that, Joel? You got to be kidding me. You mean these are all the resources you'll need to get all the free backgrounds and save yourself thousands of dollars in backgrounds and scene changes, and they're all there, all laid out for you step by step, and you don't have to look through 300. These are the 5. And there's thousands and thousands of downloads for free, and they're all legally compliant. Write down the word, legally compliant. Everything I give to you is legally compliant. So these aren't just links that you would have found. Oh, no. Dean did a lot of research as well, not just me. I combined resources with people that I trust. The video I made earlier shows you how to set up a hotel room, so we didn't have to waste time here setting up the lighting or showing you my fancy lights plugged into my walls all over the place and my 12-foot screens in my bathroom here. So I wanted to show you how to do it anywhere at any time using anything. So I included the uncut version of the pre-show. Who would like to own that?
And now your audience sees
So
you
they can duplicate the angles
in the scene.
because there's no way to mess it up. Oh, Joel, really? Sure. I also made for you something quite extraordinary. A photo index isolating every single move. Every single move at every single angle, so that you will have no problem setting up green screen lighting, and you won't have to pull the screen taut. You won't have to buy fancy lights. I did this literally in a hotel room. Now, if you're wondering why that photo's not opening, well, who knows? Do you have any idea how many resources I have going here between Zoom, OBS, multiple cameras, 4 or 5 programs that are open in the background? I would expect something to perhaps hesitate. Do I care? Not at all. Here are the photos that will eventually close, and when it does, it'll be good, and if it doesn't, I know how to close it. Control, Alt, Delete. Please take a look down here. Every single picture that you will need is right there. And they're all in order, starting here. And when you get to the end, you see that there's no magic. I didn't have one extension cord. All I had was a laptop, no power cord, piece of green material, and everything works seamlessly. And I produced 15 commercials, as I've done for Asia on so many occasions. Not a problem. So today I want to introduce you to OBS. It's a program built by the people for the people for free. It costs absolutely nothing. Please write down OBS project. And I'll give you the links. Everything will be inside your gift folders anyway, so there'll be nothing for you to figure out. Oh, before we go further, let me give you the rest of your gifts. Let me just knock your socks off, because I think that's a real important thing to do. Over here, you're going to see TV show creation. Can you imagine what my students get at Masterclass? If you're getting this for free right now, can you imagine? You mean you're getting 5 different videos here that cover belief, that's mindset, family, which is really all that counts, bottom line. On your deathbed, you're not thinking about more money. You'd like to hold your child's hand one last time, or being told that someone loves you or you love them. Health. These videos are kind of important. These videos are carefully selected, and I paid for the rights so that you could use them. Lifestyle. You mean you can put these videos directly behind you in any of these scenes? Sure. Absolutely. Is it hard to do that, Joel? No, it's really not hard to do that. I'll show you in a minute how to do that. Those 5 videos were samples of royalty-free videos, and I've given you abundant contacts and connections here. You can download more. Please take a look over here. This is your mastery of the program that I'm going to teach you all the basics in and how to set up my menu so that you don't have to waste time going through all these. But some of you will want to tweak your camera. Some of you want to tweak your microphone. Some of you want to tweak your green screen. And so I did all the research for you. This is my mentor, Andrew Wall, when it comes to OBS. And I sit at hundreds of dollars per hour with him around the clock, making sure that I have a level of mastery and I have solutions for you. So I want you to know something. I reach out for help in areas that I'm not an expert in, and then I become an expert at what it is I need to do. Write this down. I don't need to be an expert at everything, just the moves that manifest the income to manifest my outcome. And my outcome is contributing, directing, empowering, and leveraging people through mindset transition, physiological change, transformation, financially, emotionally, physiologically. Everything falls under one of those three. So you've got all the trainings and you don't have to sort and sift. I watched at least a couple thousand hours. I'm not kidding you. Yeah. My wife can't believe the amount of technical training this non-technical guy watches to get the answers for his students. So I have all the friggin' answers. I put together an index for you of royalty-free music, my favorites. I didn't make it huge. Why? Because they're my favorites. And you'll be surprised, but by the time you receive this gift tomorrow, I'll have put even more gifts in, because that's the way I rock. I gave you the ability to animate your name, so I built you a beautiful animation. It's called a lower third, and I'll show you how it works and where it goes. And if you don't like the blue one, I made you a gray one, monochromatic. I animated it and made sure you had a nice shine. I did that in a fancy schmancy program that you don't need to know about. It took me about 5 years to learn to use correctly. You don't have to bother. I already built you what you need. Raise your hand if you like being given what you need versus having to go out and figure it out. And before you know it, you're 5 years down the line, you still haven't done it. I created you the pre-show conditioner loop. This took me about 6 hours. I had to create each individual animation, and I had to edit them all together. A lot of years to figure out what to say. It runs in a loop, and it's gifted to you, so you have all elements. I built your pre-show animation, so in case you're not creative or don't want to be creative, and you want to use it immediately, mindset, mission, and moves. What else could you possibly come up with that would cover every dimension of anything you'd want to talk about? Let me look at the group here now. Please raise your hand if you could use that easily in your own broadcast. Let me ask you something. Raise your hand if you couldn't talk about mindset, mission, or moves at embracing whatever your expertise is. You won't see a hand go up. Jovi? I think it's Hovey or Jovi. Maybe her hand did go up. I'm not sure. Let's challenge her. I don't mind a challenge. I'm trying to unmute her right now. Let me do it. And I think she's going to have to give it a confirmation, even though normally that's not the case. And we're having a little trouble there. Zoom sometimes does that. And I'm sure Crystal Davis and others have found that to be the case. So Hovey, if it's Hovey, I need you to stop doing that, because every time I do it, you're actually turning it off again. Hovey, stop. Don't touch the keyboard. Okay, forget that. If you do that, I'll be unable to talk to you during the Q&A later on. So all of you pay very close attention here, because we're going to go deep, 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 and it's going to get easy, easy, easy. I created a title for you that I've been using for years. I'm giving you permission to use any of the IP elements inside these envelopes. And not only did I give you my countdown counter to show you what it looks like.
Hero. Anyone can do it. 0 to hero. Oh.
Steph Mariani. If you receive her permission to use Zero to Hero, you're welcome to use it. It's one of my products, one of my processes. It'll probably generate over $1 million in the next 2 years. It's a funnel. The money comes in every day, sometimes incredible amounts that surprised my wife. I developed it during a pandemic. Not here to sell it, here to let you know. I did it for free, then I did it for $50, then 77, 97, 197, now 397, soon to be $2,000. And Zero to Hero changed lives. It got people online and able to monetize in 14 days or less without having to buy a single program. Inside this envelope, you will see the actual PowerPoint that I developed for you. No simple task. I want you to see what you're getting. Please write this down. Always show the gifts. Always talk about what they're going to be able to do. Always show them the end game. Otherwise, you're going to bore them to tears with the technical. Who would agree? Having countdown meters is a really good idea. So I'm gifting you my 5-minute countdown meter. And then I'm gifting you my 15-minute countdown meter with yet different people there. Many have made millions of dollars from what I teach. And then I'm gifting you the remaining 5 minutes, so you have a 20-minute meter. I recommend you never give people a break over 15 minutes. Yes, ladies will argue this, but I've been conducting events for 47 consecutive years, live events. I've never provided more than a 15-minute break, and I've never seen anyone late coming back to the room unless they wanted to be late or they were chit-chatting or rat-a-tat-tatting. And you get a complete training on how to customize these. And so everything they see before your consultation, all there, raise your hand if you know that's a valuable gift right there. That's a huge gift. My slides, you pop in your people. Is it hard to do? No, super simple. I give you a video. Right-click, replace image. Right-click, replace image. I even teach you how to get people to go and post on Facebook because they want to be advertised and positioned for free. And now, if that wasn't enough, I give you 2 different sets. I give you the set I'm using now, really good resolution. And I give you a virtual set built by Eric Pratt, who is the expert with Vimix, another program that I actually have mastery with, but it's a program that you have to buy. You spend money on it. I don't want you to spend money. I wanted you to have no excuse. So why, if I have all these other programs that I've spent all this money on that do even fancier things, and that's not true. Each program has benefits and features and strengths and weaknesses. I believe that OBS is the best program using the least amount of resources, which means it's the most dependable. Raise your hand. I'll take most dependable any day over fancy schmancy. If you're impressed by what I'm showing you already, and I'm only showing you a smidgen of what it can do. Yes, you can do interviews. Yes, you can do all of that. It is a tool for producing your, write this down, commercials, teasers, promotional spots, YouTube videos. Yeah, your content, YouTube videos, generate your thumbnail, put in your meta tags, your keywords, your positioning strategy, bam, build out your YouTube channel. I will use this almost exclusively for the majority of my build out on my YouTube channel because quite frankly, I've made so much friggin' money. I haven't needed to really focus on it. Everything else has worked, but now I've got some, not time, but it makes sense now. And because I know exactly what to do, having studied everything that works and everything that didn't work, I don't have to make the mistakes moving forward. These sets are complete video, integrated, balanced, and you have the rights to use them. I will also provide Eric Pratt's contact information. He can build you a virtual set like the type that you've seen me using. I don't make any money on it. I give you his contact information. You'll have everything you need. Question, anyone liking the gift package? Anyone surprised by the gift package? So write this down. When you do a training, you've got to give away gifts. You've got to create massive value right from the beginning. Dr. Carney said, I can't believe you're giving away all that stuff. I know how much time went into that. I'm also giving you 100, that's 99 actually, 99 virtual sets. And where do you see them? They're staggering. The most beautiful kitchens, homes, backgrounds. And I paid for them. And I'm gifting them to you. You do not have the right to gift them anywhere else because you don't own the license for it. Are we clear? You may use them, you may not gift them. You have to pay for a license for that. I don't think you want to do that. I don't think you need to do that. So Daniel Webster, you might know exactly how to do OBS already. But Danielle, what you don't know how to do is the strategy and the structure behind building a television show. So let me now give you the sequence and show you how and why it's important. And then when you have your gifts, your how and why, then I'll go over the technical and the tactical, which will take us probably 40 minutes, no longer. And you'll go, I can do it. I've got everything. If you don't properly inspire and pre-frame an audience, they'll never get to the Holy Grail. They'll get shut down by the technical. Who would agree? Worst thing I could have done was go technical on you at the beginning here. Anyone enthusiastic about this? Anyone excited about being able to make all these moves with no resources on any laptop computer? And even if you only make a few of the moves, you're going to kick butt and it's going to look ultra professional. Now I want you to write this down. The highest converting videos are still done with your cell phone, walking around your house in front of a pool, in front of a background. I've trained more multimillionaires and billionaires in information marketing than probably anyone else in the industry. And we all agree that our highest converting videos are the videos where I have my grandchild on my lap and I go, this is my grandson. I just made this video a few days ago. He's only 6 months and I'm going to make sure he's a digital marketer. And I'm going to make sure he has all my tools, tactics, and strategies. And I'm going to make sure that when he gets out of school, if there even is a school, who would agree? Education is coming in different formats right now. It seems like they're trying to dumb us down a bit, aren't they? Sure seems that way. It seems like college has become a business. Who'd agree? It is a business. And it's high revenue. Harvard's got billions, not millions, billions. Do your research. You'll find out I'm telling you the truth. So much money, they don't even know what to do with it. And they don't give away much. Old boys club, old girls club. Time for us to take control. And that's exactly what we're doing here. So I want you to look at this as a really casual workshop where you're kind of able to do everything you need to do. And right now, in the background here, I'm going to shut down some resources over here. So, and pretty soon that sales page is going to shut down anyway. So write down multiple streams of revenue. One stream of revenue for me, which has always been there, are affiliate relationships. I don't do a lot of them, but when I do them, I'm doing pretty well. Multiply this times 3. So by the end of this year, if I put any more effort at all, maybe a little effort, we'll probably do 1 million by the end of this year easily because I did this in 37 days. And it'll be 3 times that, 4, maybe 5 times, but minimum of 3. So that's one stream of income. What I learn when I hire a consultant, and then I'm able to pass my process on, not the technical, but the structure, the marketing structure that you can easily duplicate, well, that also makes me a fortune. So the $5,000 product that I create here, which is just another funnel, 0 to hero, master presenter, master class, passion to profit. These are all funnels that make money around the clock. Online, offline, both. Write down online, offline, because someday you'll be able to walk around without a mask again. Maybe. Maybe. Making an offer after engagement. Write this down. Engagement, give, 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 give. Make an offer. Write down the formula. Give, 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 make an offer. Make sure you've given so much that when you make the offer, they don't care about the money because they've already received massive value. And they have fallen in, well, they've fallen in acceptance of the fact that you actually care and what you teach works. And your cost should feel undervalued. And the value proposition should be so significant, they can't imagine not doing it. That's real important. Should always have a video with proof at the top, quick overview, and then you should have an open loop. And you know I spent most of my life in languaging. Those accepted for 4 consecutive Thursdays from 4 to 8 p.m. That's PST, so that would be 11 a.m. SGT. With no more than 97 people, so you have to put a limit on it, as I told you, who are able to break through their self-imposed limitations and beliefs, clarifying, connecting, and converting financially, emotionally, online and offline like never before. Can you handle the truth, the power, the independence? They will never be the same. If you were to examine my copywriting structure right there, you'd say that's the worst writing I've ever heard. But you'd be wrong, because it's not the writing that converts people. It's the engagement before they ever get to the sales page. That's an open loop. People that read that, if they've never seen me before, they're not going to buy anything. The only people that will read that are not even read it at all. As a matter of fact, Dr. Monica, I don't even think you read it. I think the decision was made before you even went to a sales page. Am I correct? Yeah, she says, yeah. I don't even need to unmute her to find that out. So these offers, one after another, and those of you who have been with me for the last 6 months, your website is a series of funnels. Oh, here's the masterclass. It's on my main website. Masterclass is the wrong dates because it'll be November, and it'll be a live event. That's a 2-day event with all coaching, a live audience, and they get to keep all the money, plus a 10-day event where I train them prior to that 2-day event. There'll be a 2-day event in Asia and a 2-day bonus event in LA, and the live event will be done live online over a 10-day period with a 2-day break in between, where they'll have assignments no more than 4 hours per day because they will be busier than they've ever been, and it was timed so they could still have a life. Asia and the U.S. converging. Those dates will be announced and details will go out. Matter of fact, they already have in Asia. Aaron's here, and now they will go out in the U.S. as well. And I want you all to be clear on something. You don't have a choice. People are scared to go to live events, and for good reason. Some wear masks, some don't. My two mother-in-law and my mother, they can't afford to embrace COVID-19. Or let's just call it a flu. Let's just call it a virus. They'll die because they have pre-existing conditions. Highly likely. So you must have proof. Less writing, more video. You must allow other people to tell your story. People live vicariously through the words and actions of others. Quit talking so much and let them tell your story. Does it work? Yeah. Ooh. Looks like we got to modify that tonight. My team will be on that. Looks like we got... that's good to know, isn't it? That's really good. That doesn't upset me at all. Why? Well, we recently redid the whole website at massive cost. And sometimes they'll miss a link. Guys, write this down. How you handle a situation is how it's how you're defined, not by how you handle things when they're going well. So we now go deep, deep, deep. I turn off that as well. I'll just leave that one open. And you can see that I can change seamlessly, just like a gamer. I can explore new software, new opportunity, where to buy it. I can do anything I want. I can take you to break, just like that, seamlessly. Or I could start the event all over again, or come back from break using this as an intro and an outro. Then I can establish my presence here with the city of choice. And if I want to transition and say, look, I'm here in my virtual studio, in my hotel, or in my room, want to take you somewhere extraordinary here today. Here's what we're going to achieve. Bam. I then go right to here. I do my presentation with the PowerPoint or whatever structure I decide to use. I would recommend PowerPoint for Apple. I would recommend PowerPoint for PC. Why? Because right now, PowerPoint, developed for Apple and PC, does more than Keynote or Prezi combined. They have really ramped up what it is they offer. And the effects are beautiful, elegant. You can do beautiful work also in Keynote, but you're going to find that with this program, it really works better with PowerPoint. You don't want to trust me? Great. Do your own research, waste a lot of time. Get to the same place. So these are the transitions, and that is the television show. Please write down the moves. Number 1, you're going to have a button called Pre-Show Conditioner. Write that down. There's a total of 9 buttons. 9 buttons. That's it. 9 moves. And this is a no-brainer. Why? Because I already did the work for you. You want to change it? You think you can make it prettier? Go for it. And I'm giving it to you with music as well. If you want it to play, there'll also be training on the settings for that as well. I'm not going to waste your time here doing anything complicated. Show of hands here. Is everyone clear? Move number 1, if you want to use my format, and I would recommend you use something that's proven and tested and based upon my mother's career in television and my having been on over 390 television shows, 14 series, thousands of radio shows, but we're talking television. This format works beautifully. It establishes your brand. It sets the conditions before your consultation, before your presentation, before your webinar, before your announcement about your live event, your virtual event, or on their way to the live event. And so the first thing you do is a pre-show conditioner, which brings us to the second move. We establish our intro and outro, which is our brand animation. If you don't like this, you can go to videos, and I spelled it for you and gave you the links in the gift package. Everything's in the gift package. And by the way, this training comes with no tech support. 0. Do not bother my staff. When I gift you something, be very clear on this. You're being gifted something others will pay $5,000 for. More in many cases. So this gift does not come with tech support. Otherwise, you're going to have to pay $1 million because you will waste our time all day long. You're all on different computers with different operating systems, with different RAM and different this and different that, with different problems and changing algorithms. Everything changes. Hire a technician just like we do when you have a problem. We are not your problem solvers with a computer. I'm your problem solvers with strategy, structure, and approach. Monetizing online, offline. Not with technical or tactical. Learn the lecture I just gave you. You're going to need to use it. Please raise your hand if you would embrace move number 2 is the intro and the outro, which establishes the name of your presentation. Now, for example, Aaron Sim, he could make up a name. Maybe the name of his program would be Retire in 5 to 8. Proven. And the word proven is underneath it because the majority of people who train with him in options trading safely and securely without risk, they're able to retire in an average of 5 to 8 years if they follow the program and they eliminate emotion. He teaches them to eliminate emotion. They learn when to get in, when to get out. Move number 3. All the buttons are in order. And let me show you what I mean. On this little device I'm holding here, which you don't need to use, I can do it with this device. This was $12 on Amazon. It's called a keypad. This one is Bluetooth. You can buy them for $9. I just like the way this looked. This is $12. You turn it on, it's Bluetooth. You hit a button, and if I hit a button on the keypad, literally hit a button on the keypad, it'll change. There's the opening. I just hit button number 7. Let me do that again. I hit number 7, and instantly, oh, you got to be kidding me, Joel. You mean this program for free will take any device, and it doesn't matter what device it is, and I can link it. See, this is called a Stream Deck, and I'm going to show you how to use it later on. The reason I love it is it has little pictures of my family, my wife, my kids. Every little button can be customized instantly, drag and drop. It turns on and activates all my websites, shortcuts, presentations. So every time I'm going to go and do a presentation or a pitch, I can have all of it. And I don't like to use it this way. I like to use it this way. So I keep it right here, even though it comes with this beautiful little stand where you can prop it up just like this. It's so cute. And then it sits there and it looks cute, but I don't really care about things that look cute. I care about things at work, and I like to feel it like this. This operates my PowerPoint, or this can operate my PowerPoint. But here's what's amazing about this program. You're able to do the shortcuts on a PowerPoint presenter of any kind. No way. You got to be kidding me, Joel. No, you just go under settings and then hotkeys. Oh, that's sick. That's just sick. Yeah, it is sick. Take a look. Automatically, once we set up everything, and by the way, don't get scared yet because I haven't even shown you how it works yet. You're going to be amazed how simple it is. So here's the intro and the outro animation, and it's set to number lock right now. So I'm going to throw that out, and I'm going to press plus. And now I'm going to press the number 6. And that's it. I'm done. I really don't understand, Joel. I hit apply. Okay. And now when I hit the number 6 key, it automatically goes, oh, whoa. You mean anything that's got a button pretty much? Yeah, anything. And I mean absolutely friggin' anything. No way. Really? Yeah, so if you want to use your remote control, you can have all your shortcuts there. You could be using this during Aaron, are you getting excited? Aaron, unmute yourself. Aaron's a co-host here. The only producer I work with, Anisha. And, it's amazing. Even though in many cases, we share revenue. I'm going to make him a co-host right now. No problem. There you go, Aaron. You're in control.
Yep, I'm here.
Aaron, are you getting excited as a producer, as a speaker, as a content provider? Even though you and I have already made a fortune and you could easily retire many times over, don't you love to do what you do and generate revenue doing it, where you can then give it away in the Philippines, or you can build a foundation, or you can build a loving hut, another restaurant that often loses money because you didn't really do it to make money. You did it so that people would eat the right food and understand that animal products can be devastating and harmful. And we're not going to go there. We're not getting into a discussion here. But there's a lot of things you do with your money that are just from the heart. Isn't it a beautiful thing, Aaron, to be able to do things from the heart where the money becomes quite irrelevant?
Absolutely. Give us in control during this process. Yeah.
So, Aaron, do you think you'd be learning to do this right now if I wasn't showing you? Do you really think you'd be going, I think I'm going to use multiple screens and multiple cameras and show people a different point of view and make my presentations online more engaging and more proactive and more interesting for those involved. So it doesn't matter whether you use this or this. Aaron, am I right?
Yes, I think it's very, very cool.
And Aaron, you're going to find that our masterclass coming up for Asia and the U.S., which also has the live events, so they're not missing anything, because the 2-day bonus event, which costs you and I a fortune to put on, we're going to let them keep all the revenue. They all get to pitch. And they get to translate what they learned from me as a presenter and as a closer in front of a live audience. So it's not theory. That's hardcore. Plus 10 days, not 5. With more time to assimilate, integrate, and go through the emotional catharsis of people that didn't know what they were capable of doing. And now they can do it all. So here we have a remote control keyboard. This is a Bluetooth made by Logitech as well. And this one has the numbers from 1 to 9. You can use letters of the alphabet. Anything that has a button can become a shortcut. So it doesn't matter what you have. You don't have to go out and buy one of these. These are about $150 retail. It's called a Stream Deck, and there's unlimited combinations. And you can set up, you can keep recoding them with different project titles. And those are all your shortcuts. I use it because I don't have to look. I can feel the groups of 3. I know that these 3 are my intro. I know that these 3 are my PowerPoint, right, left, and center. These 3 I know. All I have to do is go like that. I know that these, it's that simple. That's how I'm doing it. And I know that if I go down here, it's going to start the video for the pre-show. And if I go over here, I know that what it's going to do is it's going to bring up my website if, in fact, I hit that button. I don't even have to look at it. How frigging cool is that? It gives you a degree of changing the angles, changing the movement. If you watch a motion picture, they like to change the scenes about sometimes in a great promotion promotional teaser, it's like 5 different things per second. Boom, 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 boom. Literally. People's attention spans are short. So if you can constantly shift perspective, that's going to help you immeasurably. Let's just say you're only using these 2 buttons. So I'm using a Brio. This is a Logitech Brio. Very, very good camera. It's a 4K camera. It's a couple $100 they raised the prices here during the pandemic. They're taking advantage of people. But this camera over here, this is like a $70 camera. And it also looks pretty fantastic. You know, I would agree that this one might look a little better, but it doesn't really matter. I could also use 2 $30 cameras because I'm going to be giving you the links to show you how to take a camera for $30 and make it look like a DSLR. It has to do with the settings. It has very little to do with the lens. Guys, you don't need to spend a fortune to look really good and really effective with your green screen. So we're on the same page. Please write down number 3. So the 3rd button we hit here is the city, right? We went from here. We established credibility. I need you to understand the moves. Number 3, 3rd button is Mindset Mission Moves. So that's your brand identity. That's the name of your event. Sets the expectation. Lets you talk about the 3 things you're going to learn if you want to. Then, when this button is hit, this is your first point of view. Your first point of view, dead on. That's the camera right here. The camera right now. Do you have to have 2 cameras? No. You can skip the next move. You don't have to have this camera. But let me tell you why I use it. Psychologically, it's very powerful. When you tell people, I'm taking you behind the scenes, pulling back the curtain. I'm pulling back the veil. There is no wizard. You're as much a wizard as I am. I'm going to save you the 15 to 30 year learning curve. Let's go into my virtual studio now where we will learn to do the following. You follow me? So the idea is it gives you this ability, Aaron, to be transparent, Candace, to be transparent, Crystal, to be transparent, Dr. Carney, to be transparent, John Pike, to be transparent. And it's a really wonderful move. Do you have to have it? No. You can reduce it down to 8 buttons. Next button. So button number 3 is establishing the city you're in. Let me tell you why this is powerful. If I'm in LA, then I'm broadcasting from the cities of angels. But if I'm in Singapore, I take the Singapore skyline and I let people know that it's wonderful to return to a place that feels like home. I've been coming to Singapore for 13 consecutive years, 14 now, Aaron. And I'm usually there 2-3 months a year. And I have incredible friends like Elizabeth Ho and so many others, David Chua and Aaron Sim and Tracy Wong. If I'm not feeling well, they take me to the doctor. I mean, so what it is it establishes where you are. And all you have to do is click. Really, Joel? Show me how you would change that, Joel, right now. Now, don't write this down yet. This is called a scene. And over here, this is called a source. All you need to know is you name the scenes whatever you want. I have them in order, and I'm gifting you the order, the infographic, the sequence, the moves, the video, and all the trainings. Guys, don't even go there. I'm going to make this simple for you. So this is called a city aerial. And when I name it, it wants to know, the program wants to know what it needs to make the scene work. Well, I think it's a really good idea to have a camera, so I put in a camera. If I click on that eyeball there, do you see the eyeball? It just turns the camera on and off. I think that's friggin' cool. If I want to get rid of the background, I just turn it off. What if I want to put in a different background? Could I have 50 backgrounds in the same scene and just turn on the one I want and have them for like the 10 seconds? Yeah, of course you could. So what would I do? How would I do that? I go plus sign, and then I would look for a media source because the background was a video. That's a form of media. I only use these 3: text, media, window capture. That's it. I don't even use this stuff. That's how friggin' easy this is. How many of you would agree that the first time you do something, it's kind of scary, but then it's like you've done it 20, 30 times and it becomes unconscious competence, just becomes a behavior. So media source. And let's go to the ocean, shall we? I feel like putting in an ocean. By the way, I'm typing with a thing on my fingers. It's not a great way to type. And I just go okie dokie. And now I'm going to click on loop because I want the video to run over and over. That's all you need to remember. You can just click on loop. And now I'm going to look for it, right? Well, I know where my files are, so I'm going to go to where my files are on my D drive. You guys should know where you put your files. Maybe put them on your desktop. I'm going to give you all the files. So I'm just going to go to some other files I have from stuff I bought that I can't give to you because I don't have the rights. And I'm going to show you what some of this stuff looks like because it's pretty friggin' awesome. And yet I got you some beautiful stuff at no charge and paid for the rights for it. So let's say I want to put in a fantastic ocean, little ocean with little motion, okie dokie pokey. And now all I do is move my camera to the top by just dragging it up. All of you write this down. Your camera should always be at the top because the top represents the closest thing to the audience. And then everything that falls behind the camera, you with me, Aaron? Everything that falls behind the camera is a layer. So if the camera's in the front at the top, then the ocean would be the next thing. And if you don't want the ocean, then you would just turn the ocean off and just turn on the cityscape. I could go get a picture of Singapore and slide it in there very easily. And now, I just want you to think about how cool this is. So now I'm over here, and let's go to the beach today. I'm thinking about taking my kids to the beach and doing some jet skiing. And even though I'm on a virtual set, you know it's fantastic? The sound of the water. I can also put the sound in. No problem. Anything the mind can imagine can be put into these scenes. Aaron, give me a thumbs up if that looks pretty good. And I mean, guys, I'm not pretending that the ocean is there. I'm not trying to fool anyone, which is the whole point of taking them behind the scenes and letting them know you're pulling the curtain back. Do you follow me now? That's why we do it. So we can put in countless scenes. And by the way, you just learned 90% of all the technical. Dr. Monica Mallet, are you feeling like maybe you could do this? No, seriously, who's over the fear already going, wait a minute. So you name the scene. It's kind of like you have a dollhouse. And I had a dollhouse for my G.I. Joe. It was a command center. And G.I. Joe was here and his friends were here. And each individual part of that dollhouse was a different scene. Barbie had the Barbie beach house. And Barbie's here with her friend, and here's Ken. He's coming up. Ken's coming up in his Land Rover, or his little Land Cruiser, his Jeep. I think it was a Jeep. And they just got married, of course. And so it's a scene. And in each scene, you need something different. So she's getting ready for her wedding. So she would naturally need what? Flowers in the room. So we'd probably want to get a backdrop full of flowers. And she would need probably a bed with the wedding dress laid out, and then the wedding party. Someone to do her hair, her makeup, to get all excited about the big day and to prepare her. So every scene has certain things it's going to need. And so you decide when you're presenting what you want to have in your scene. Now, there's only really 2 or 3 things you're ever going to have. You're usually going to have a camera, and I'm going to show you how to do the green screen and knock out the background, but don't get scared. It's going to be really stupidly simple because the defaults work really well. And then the video I made you that shows you how to set up the lights in a hotel room, you apply the same principle in here, and I'll have another video showing you exactly how my office is set up, every detail, because I've really made it super simple. And I don't use a lot of expensive stuff because I found out that the results are the same. And so you either walk your walk and talk your talk, or you're showing your audience, your students one thing and doing another. I think we should now take a look at how boring I am as a talking head. I'm not saying I'm boring, but that's a little better. That's even better. It just depends what you want to see. So I'm going to make sure I gifted you this. Can't gift you the other, but let's say I wanted to add something else just one more time. So Dr. Monica, I'm going to unmute you right now, and I want you to tell me what to do.
So, okay, so to add something else?
Yeah.
So, okay, you hit the plus,
Okay, and
There-
where do I go?
Media source.
Now, because we already found, Dr. Monica, where that stuff was, it's going to be a lot easier this time. So why don't we add now, Dr. Monica, let's add a television set, like a super fancy schmancy TV set. Or how about we add, let's just add a fancy set, okay? So this is going to be the fancy TV set, one that I purchased that's like pretty friggin' good. And now what do I hit?
Then you browse.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
And do I hit loop so that it's going to keep running as a video?
Well, I thought after you select it.
You can
then
hit it before. It doesn't
Okay.
matter. There's no way to screw it up. So now, Dr. Monica, let's see what you'd like to put behind me. I'm going to make these a little bigger, and I want you to tell me what you want. So if you want kids playing on the beach, we can do that. If you want the mountains, we can do that. Let me give you some options. I got tons of TV sets, special screens, blue layers, cities. I've got cities behind layers and walls. Some of these I spent $400 or $500 on. Some of these I spent $40 on. Some of these I spent $10 on. But most of these are pretty high end. So what would you like? I could put money falling. I could put myself on a major news set. I could put myself on a beach. What do you think would be good?
Let's do the news set.
Okay, do you see one you like? Because I can start up here. I got this one, I got that one, I got that one. I'll show you another pretty one. We got layers there. I've got these two sets here. This one you've seen me use before. I've got a
I like
big
that one
here.
right there.
Right here?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's not one of my favorites, but that's okay. We'll use it. It looks pretty. And now, Dr. Monica, we need to move the camera to the what? To the first position.
Yes.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yes, I can do this.
Yeah, you can, can't you? And let me ask you something. Getting your doctorate, was that harder than this?
So, absolutely. Way
but
harder.
Here's my question. What if you, as a professor, as an online teacher, as a coach, as someone, a mentor, positioning your knowledge now, don't you think this is going to create, when you can do all these shifts and moves, a more effective environment for you to talk about the principles and practices? And do you know this, Dr. Monica, that if I just click on that picture that's now behind me, which is a video, and I stretch it, I can change the perspective of it. And now I can put my PowerPoint right inside there. Well, how would I do that? Plus sign? You got to be kidding me. Window capture. PowerPoint. No way. Oh, come on. It can't be that easy. Yeah, it's that easy. If we push the Alt button, we can then literally reframe it to the exact dimensions of anything we want to frame it for, or we could actually put it right inside there. And literally, I can just click on that little red thing and stretch it. And then I can click here. I can do whatever I want, but I can make that thing exactly what I want it to be, and that becomes my PowerPoint. And now the PowerPoint's running there, doctor. And now take a look at this. You saw my head there, went behind the PowerPoint. So what do? We move the PowerPoint in front. Right there. You just change the order. It's just layers. Now, no one should be getting scared because I haven't even started teaching you yet. How do we turn on the PowerPoint? Pen and pad. We're about to begin. Take a look. My head is now in front of it. Now it really is starting to look like a virtual set, and I can move around here, can I? Yeah, I can move and groove around here if I want. People come from all over the world to learn to do what I can teach you in less than 5 days, 5 nights. Online, 10 days, with a bonus 2-day event that I pay for, where you get to apply everything you've learned, polished. And you get to keep all the money, resources, and relationships. It's called the Presentation and Closing Masterclass. And the reason people fly in from all over the world is I save them the 15 to 30 year learning curve. And they're able to do everything like Alex Mendosian. He had no idea he'd be making $15 to $20 million a year doing what he loves, speaking on platforms, Australia, continental contiguous United States, Singapore. Aaron, I believe that you've put him on your stages, just like you put me on your stages. Dan Locke, $2 million a month. And Myron Golden, $2 to $4 million in a half an hour without even using a slide. All of them share one thing in common. They call me their mentor. It just means I have something to share with them that allows them to serve more, do more, achieve more, make more, invest it more effectively. Today, you're probably wondering who this would benefit. Anyone getting some ideas here, Dr. Monica? Is this more powerful potentially when you have it on a sat and you have no regrets, Dr. Monica?
This is fabulous.
Do you get the idea now?
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
up to you. You can move anything, size anything. And there you see my name there. That could be your call to action. That could be your offer. Double click, retype it. All we're doing is creating scenes, moving the scenes around. Now, let's say I don't, want to use this scene, doctor. So what I would do is I would just change it, right? I can turn that off. I can turn it on. I can move anything. I can get rid of the PowerPoint. I can put the PowerPoint back. Take a look at how cool that room looks, right? Looks like your own. I mean, obviously, it's a little over the top, I think, but, it is cool. And a lot of people like that, the idea of having their own broadcasting center. So just for fun, I just want everyone here to know, I'm going to make this even easier at this point than it already is. So I want everyone to write down move number 3 was what? That was our aerial. I'm going to lose this, and I'm going to turn on the original city view. I'm turning off the others. But you now see that there's total options. And the PowerPoint that's here now, right? I put that in there. I don't have to have that in there, and I really don't need it. Turn it off. Turn it on. Turn it on. You could even just build one scene and just turn things on and off, Dr. Monica. And that could be your whole sales pitch or your whole commercial or teaser or promotional reel. Isn't that pretty cool? Really cool. Okay, guys, so let's go to move number 4. Move number 4, after your overview, move number 4, and then we go through the simple technical, and then I answer questions, and then I just gift you everything and surprise you with some real breakthroughs during the Q&A session. Let's take a look over here. Here we have our PowerPoint, and you can see right over here that our PowerPoint left, so I have the PowerPoint on the left side, and then we have PowerPoint right. You got that? Over here, we actually have the PowerPoint. So you can set up your PowerPoint for whatever you want it to be. I'm going to put it right there. And obviously, I can turn it on, turn it off, do whatever I like. And when I set it up, I'm all set before I start. And now when I go to that move and I hit PowerPoint left or PowerPoint right, it's already in motion and I can just turn it on. You can turn anything on, anything off that you would like. And if I want to get rid of something, I can remove it forever because that was the pre-show from today. Everything's intact. You never have to save. The program automatically remembers exactly where you were. You can also have multiple scenes. So this is my AWOL setup for today. My basic TV layout is different. Really, Joel? Your basic TV layout is different? Yeah. Many of you would find that very interesting. So literally my Stream Deck is, so this is a completely different setup, a little different than the one you just saw. You can have unlimited setups. I call this the AWOL setup. That's the one I want to use for today. So I want you all to know that you can use any setup you want, have unlimited presentations, unlimited commercials, and you can plug this window that you see me working in here into Zoom. Because right now, in Zoom, that's exactly what I've done. In Zoom, if I were to, and you can't see this, but you'll see it on the master video. In Zoom, I have OBS camera chosen. And there's a plugin and a link I'm gifting to you that takes about 5 seconds to download, free of charge. It's called the OBS Virtual Camera Plugin. And what it does is it takes OBS and makes it a camera that then appears in your Zoom, your Loom, or your StreamYard. And so when you're on there, everyone thinks you're like everyone else, but you're not. You're not at all. So if I've stopped share right now, and here I am in this screen, and I want to go back to something you can relate to. Most people would just think right here, I was in Zoom and I had a background. How many of you, by show of hands, would think that I'm in Zoom and I have a background? You're used to seeing people do that now, but the difference is everything. Because when they ask me what I do, I can immediately take them to that particular environment. I can show them my website. I can do a complete sales pitch. I can give them a perusal, and I can adjust from one point of view to another point of view seamlessly and elegantly. I can show them anything I want, move my body, and then I can talk about the brand new program that's about to be released called Mindset, Mission, and Moves. And I would love for everyone to receive that. And I want to take you behind the scenes today and do something for the producer that I've never done before. Because I own the company, I'm going to make an executive decision. So if you were to go to our website, you would find out that on that website, there's something called retail pricing. And I think everyone is very aware of what retail pricing is. And so if you were to scroll down the website, you would literally see that at the bottom of the website, and then you show them the bottom and you show them all your retail. But I don't want you doing that. Because if you were to spend that, you'd be throwing away your money today. I'd love you to spend that, but I've done something for the producer. We're going to cover our expense and not a whole lot more. Please write down that. It's perfectly fair to cover one's expense and not a whole lot more. He's making an executive decision. And so when you go there, and I would just want you to understand that this is kind of a really, really big deal. This opportunity, and there's actually a meter on it, blah, blah, blah. Who gets the idea? Suddenly your window, whether you're on an interview, I need you to wrap yourself around this. I don't want to get into the technical, which is not going to be tough, until you understand why we're doing it. Is anyone seeing this through a different light today? I really hope you are, because this is a super big deal. And again, you don't even have to look at your friggin' hands. You're doing something that raises the bar on you as a communicator, inspires the audience through a completely different point of view, and they have no idea how you're doing it. Or if they have an idea, all they have is an idea. It kind of turns you into a real magician of sorts. So let's go back here. I'm looking at the timing right now. We began today at 3 o'clock. We're at 4:49. We're doing beautifully. I truly believe we'll be in Q&A within the next hour. I'll answer all of your questions, any that I can address right here. And then any questions I've already answered in the gifting package, I'll point out where, and then I'll let you go and leave you with other gifts as well. So we've got a really cool day planned for you. Anyone here receiving benefit from the process? Anyone enjoying this? I wanted to turn you on by this because this is a really big deal. You use this, it changes everything. It really changes the way you're perceived. So let's go to the next move, which is TV Studio PowerPoint left. Each time I change, watch, if I change the scene, what's required in the scene changes. So I want you all to watch carefully. In the first scene, pre-show conditioner, all you needed was the video. So write this down. Next to the note you took, Joel's given me everything I need. So I don't need anything to make the first move. Cool, Joel. Now watch this. Let's take a look at move number 2. In move number 2, Joel has given you everything you need. It's in the envelope. So either change it or use what I've given you, and I gave you something that could be used universally. Now, a lot of you are saying, well, wait a minute, Joel. If we were to all use mindset, mission, moves, we'd all look like duplicates and we wouldn't do any business. Guys, write this down. You're a total fool if you think the world is so small that two people could conceivably even tune into your broadcast. You have no idea of the permutations of how that just doesn't happen. Could it happen? Yeah, it could happen. I gave you something that was usable that you could discuss. It doesn't have to be the name. It can be the concept. And every one of you could discuss mindset, mission, and moves from a different perception. Candace Engel, could you use mindset, mission, moves?
Yes, I could.
Easily?
Easily.
Could you use the pre-show that doesn't have my name on it? Just tell him to get pen and pad and water available.
Absolutely.
Now let's go to the second move. Are you intimidated by the fact that everything you need is a plus sign from the envelope I have it in that you'll be downloading by tomorrow at 12 noon?
No.
Would you say I'm making this pretty easy, even though it's not easy when it's normally taught?
Correct.
Are you motivated enough, Candace, to want to do this? Did I do that correctly?
Yeah, I had goosebumps earlier.
Now, Candace, we could argue that maybe Joel could be doing this a lot faster. But my argument would be, and I want you all to hear this, I want you to hear it, it's a really huge question that people don't ask. Some people are faster than others with technology, usually faster than me. It takes me a long time to wrap myself around something. And I fought with this program until I didn't want to learn it. I thought it was confusing and, you know, it's free. How good could it be? Sometimes things that are free are fantastic. So I knew something today, Candace. I was going to risk turning off those who move at higher velocity. I want you all to write this down. Don't worry about the few that are a few steps ahead or even light years ahead. If they don't want to choose you as their mentor, then they don't. You have to move for the needs of the many. The needs of the many, when you're serving a group as a trainer here with a group, outweigh the needs of the few. If you lose a few because it wasn't moving fast enough, well, the problem is they're usually missing the boat because they're not given enough time to register on the depth of that and the fact that this is scalable for any form of teaching and incredibly impressive. When you can change the backdrops, the content, the connection, pop in a news report, and you don't even have to use PowerPoint. You can select a few photos, pop them in. You can change the same scene over and over again, and then you just click the record button. Oh, Candace, over here. That's how you stream. You just click streaming, and it's already preset. You just set it up for where you want to stream to. Tells you exactly how to do it. If you want to start recording, it'll record to your desktop or put it in an envelope in the same place. And the recordings are incredibly high resolution. And if you don't like the way things are set up, Candace, you can change the actual setup. We can actually go to studio mode where you see the I think it's confusing. I really don't like it. I like this. I just get it. I only use really these are all the scenes I use. There's 9 buttons. That's it. 9, 3, 3, 3, 9, 9. What do you have on here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. What do we have on our keyboard? My keyboard down here, because I have another keyboard underneath here. My keyboard down there, I use the keypad, 9 buttons. So if I hit any of those pre-coded buttons right now, and I put Braille on them, write this down. Male Velcro, if you cut off a little piece and you put it on the 7, the 9, the 1, and the 3, it tells you, you can feel it. You feel the male Velcro. It's kind of like, yeah, it's like little pinpricks, but it doesn't hurt. And that tells you where you are. So you go, oh, 1, 2, 3. There it is. How cool is that? So this becomes fun. Hey, Candace, do you think, Candace, I'm trying to unmute you there. Do you think that if you messed around with this, once you kind of set it up the way you want, and maybe start with what I give you, right? Because a lot of thinking, a lot of years went into this, trying to figure out the sequence. Do you think if you mess with it for an hour, you kind of know where the buttons were?
Absolutely.
There's only 15, by the way, do you think $150 investment, and I don't make any money on it, straight, you can buy them, I bought it at Best Buy, off the shelf. Didn't even order it. I like Best Buy because I can take stuff back if I don't like it. I take a lot of stuff back. If it doesn't work, I take it back. But man, I love this thing. And I love those little groupings of 3. They're magical. So can you handle the first 3 setups?
Yes.
Okay, now how about number 4? Let's take a look. It has the camera. This other thing, it has a TV studio set. It has PowerPoint. And it has this name animation bar that I put in there. But you know what, Candace? You don't need to have that. That's if you want it. So that's just something I put in there if you want it. So let's say I got rid of that right now. And it does texting as well, + text. Candace is still effective. And if they're on your broadcast, they kind of know it's you. But if you're making a commercial, it could be handy to have that in place. And that's why I gifted you those extra elements. Candace, is that intimidating? Or are you starting to go, you name the scene, right? +, new scene. So let's say we're building a scene for Candace. Fantastic. It's the Candace scene. Do you notice there's nothing in it? It's a blank slate. So Candace, why don't we choose something pretty just for you? Let's put in something, a little media source, shall we?
Okay.
So let's find something for you that's kind of cool. Let's go back to outdoors. You like hiking?
Yes.
Fantastic. And let's click loop, right? Same thing. Candace, have you already I already know what to do. And since you already found the envelope, so let's go camping, guys. How complicated is that going to be? Well, I'll tell you one thing. I don't think you're going to go camping from this particular folder because these are my top picks. I'm actually wrong. We are going camping. And we just stretch it to fit. Hey, Candace, that'd be a pretty cool midnight hike.
It would be.
Isn't that beautiful? That's real slow motion. Yeah, that was shot on one of these little flying devices with a camera. Put a little music behind it. Really nice. And Candace, you can add anything you want. You can add music. You can add an image. You could add pictures of you. You could add a slideshow. Anything you want to add, you can put in there. But Candace, a really good thing to add to this would be, how about a camera? Where you're kind of talking about, right? So let's add the camera. And let's add the one that's already green screen. So that would be the Brio. Ba-boom. And I'll show you how to do that in just a minute. Now, if you take a look here, you can see the floor. You can see my marble floor here in the bathroom. These are all black tiles here. So everyone write down the following. Alt, click on the red button, click Alt. And now I want you to see what you can do. Once you click the red button, you click the button Alt and then the red button. Now look, you eliminate the parts that don't look so good, Candace. And you just hold down that Alt button and you just frame it around you. And now you're this floating head. And now, Candace, you let go of the Alt button and you can do anything you want with this picture. And I think, Candace, what's really powerful is I would do something like this. I would click start recording and I would click a micro commercial and it would sound something like this. This is where we're meeting. We'll pick you up at the airport. You're going to see the A, B, and C shuttle stations. And these are all limousines. You'll be very, very comfortable because soon you'll be very, very comfortable Where do you see the accommodations? These tents are like no tent you've ever seen. The food is like no food you can imagine consuming in the outdoor wilderness. Both Candace and myself have prepared this wonderful retreat for you. Our trainings will only be 2 to 3 hours per day, and we're going to be working in the wilderness. Don't worry about mosquitoes. Don't worry about anything. We've got professionals part of our team, and they'll have all of the natural organic things on your body that, by the way, also smell good. And if you were to eat them, taste good. So we got you covered. When you leave after just 1 week at this beautiful location, you'll have made friends for life. You'll be amazed at the alliance partners and accountability partners who will be joining you of like mind and like intention as we explore your mindset. That single shift will shift everything. Your mindset will be different. When you get home, people are going to wonder what happened. They're going to wonder why you're so positive, and they're going to wonder how you're able to shut them down and turn them off without being negative. You're going to be able to claim what is yours, your freedom, your identity. You're going to have a sense of leverage and independence that perhaps you've never enjoyed before, able to embrace now as a result of the 7 days with Candace and I, not as your leaders, but as your mentors mentoring future mentors. The second thing after mindset will be our mission. You see, Candace and I have buried over $25,000 in prizes. Oh, yeah. Some of them are hidden treasures. Some of them are where you normally wouldn't look. Some of them are right in front of you and you can't see them. He who ascertains the most of the treasures wins a grand prize worth over $150,000. But that's not why you're coming. Everyone is guaranteed transformation. Number 3, mindset mission. After you have that new mission and your mind has shifted, you've reinvented, retooled, recalibrated, completely reconstructed your mindset, and you have a new mission. The most important thing is you'll have the moves, both online and offline. And you'll find that this event was a rebirthing, a reinvention, a retooling, not only of your mindset with a new mission, but the ability for you to get the job done. You'll be clear on what it is you want. Dreams come true for those that have one. So join Candace and I at exactly 9 a.m. on Monday. After you've stayed at the hotel, the limousines will take you directly to this location. There's nothing you can mess up. You're going to find a video showing you how to pack, what to wear, what to bring with you, and make sure you bring an empty suitcase full of gifts that we're going to be gifting to you that you didn't pay for. In fact, the bonuses alone are worth over $250,000. And if you use them, they could be worth millions. And if you don't, they could be worthless. But you know that's not going to be the case because of your mindset, mission, and the moves that you're about to manifest. If you have any questions, contact Deborah at #MasterCoach, full support, and you will find an immediate response within 24 hours. We're getting inundated. Bear in mind, only 50 people were accepted. These 50 people will be closer to you than family in many cases. You'll be able to rely on them, depend on them. You'll be able to grow your business and manifest a new destiny, a life by design, not a life in default. Thank you for joining us here. Okay, so you get the idea. Guys, and by the way, I'm not reading anything here. I'm just babbling, but if you know your stuff, you're able to manifest a pitch. And how many of you have heard me use those same words before in a variety of combinations, right? So when you hear me say something you find useful, and it's not a lie, it's a language, it's a building block, you write it down on a pad like Dave Hobley does, and it becomes an arsenal. They become your tools, so you don't have to study linguistics for 38 years the way that I did. So you don't have to study the language of conversion or copywriting the way that Dr. Ivan Gilcarny has pretty much his entire adult life. It's a big deal. So, Candace, we could keep adding things, but the scene is that easy to create and that easy to remove that quickly. So here we go. Those are all the moves. Let's take a look at PowerPoint left. What's inside there? Write down your camera, your website, your name, PowerPoint, and write down the TV studio backdrop, the one I've gifted you. Everything you see there, with the exception of your camera. Now, bear in mind, You don't have to have any of these fancy cameras at all, and they're not fancy. That's a $70 camera. That's a $264 camera. The Brio and the 920. I'm not even using my 922 because the 922 is a ripoff. It has the same lens. Logitech just marked it up and told you, guys, it's the same friggin' camera. I hired technicians and they said to me, don't even bother switching them. It's the same friggin' camera for a different price point. It's like putting something in a fancier box. Same lens, same structure, same electronics, different name, different bells and whistles. I want you all to know something here. A laptop built-in camera that I just used at the hotel look fantastic. And the lights in the hotel room, you just got to keep moving them around the way I show you in that training setup where you have one light over here, one light over here. Those lights are focused on you and on the back screen, right? Like it's like almost like 40 degrees, but you'll see it when you see the video, how simple that setup is. Then you have a light directly in front of you. So you're lighting yourself and you're lighting the green piece of material behind you. That's 90% of the battle. If you have a little bit of light above you, like when I tied that light on a cord, that gives you something called key light. So let's take a look right now at what it looks like if I turn off my key light. Can you tell the difference? Right, so I can give myself more or less. Also creates a shadowing effect, so I gotta be careful. I have a ring light here, which is a bit overkill, and I have two 45-degree angle lights. I don't need all that. I do it because this is my bathroom production studio 12 yards from my bed. And I walk in here, everything's set up, doesn't look anything like a bathroom. It's all set. I mean, my toilet is hidden, everything's hidden. Everything moves around in here. It's kind of cool. And so I created an environment for myself that I like to create in. I don't like to drive to the gym, so I have a gym in here. I don't like to drive to a building, to go to an office, to waste an hour in traffic, chit-chat. Right? I want to get my work done and then go back to in the pool or back in the guest house or back in the pool room or whatever we're doing here. I want to enjoy my home. I don't know how you feel. Set up a place where everything's set up for you. So let me show you what this looks like right now, where I am, to demystify it for you. And you're going to like that a lot. Watch carefully here. I'm turning off the upper lights. Still looks good. I'm turning off my side lights. Still looks okay, doesn't it? Not terrible, right? Little shadow there. See, I turned off the side lights. See, a little shadow's killed. Side lights are off. Now I'm turning off my main side lights. And now I'm turning off my backlights on the green screen. Wow. It still looks okay. Guys, I got nothing on but a bathroom overhead light. I'm a little surprised. I've seen worse. Guys, this is like crazy. That's how good this program is. That's how sensitive it is. And I want you to know something. I'm not fooling with you here. Everything's working. And now I don't have all that heat on me. Who would agree? You know, it'd be nice if I didn't have all the shadows here, right? Okay. So I want you all to write this down. The key to green screen is screwing with the lights. That's it. It's like you just keep moving them around. I'm telling you, I have watched hundreds of videos on green screen. I studied at UCLA. I went to photography classes. I've hired guys. I've seen the best setups, lousy outcomes. At that hotel the other night, I kind of blew myself away. And when I was in Singapore last time, I did a green screen setup. Same thing. Same piece of green material. That green material has been all over the world. So here's some overlight. Here's my side lights. Here's my backlights. Okay, you could say it's a little better, crisper, but hot as hell. So I got my fan on up there, and our air conditioner is okay, so we're okay. I just want you to, so write this down. Don't get scared with the lighting. You mess with it. Here's the key. Write this down. You got to light the green thing behind you, and you want to have 3 to 4 feet behind you, if possible. When Eduardo Ramos first put a green screen behind him, a piece of green material, 2 pieces of tape, 2 thumbtacks, he turned on a kitchen light that was on the counter, and it looked fantastic. One frigging $22 kitchen light. So don't let anyone tell you it's got to be special and you got to buy all this crap. I'll give you the links too to where you can get everything if you want to buy a kit online. I don't make any money on it. So the screen back here, right? Here's a green screen. I'm going to leave you for a second. So I can't, I'm sitting here in my pajamas, by the way. There's a shower. There's a stage. If I zoom out, you would be able to see. There's the green screen. I'm literally wearing the shirt I just wore at this wedding from Catalina, outdoor wedding. I'm wearing a pair of Lulu pants, pair of underpants, no socks. I'm a friggin' internet marketer, guys. I hate to tell you this, but I've run webinars in emergency situations where I was running last minute. And I mean, literally, I run them with t-shirts and that's it. Like, you know, you just do what you got to do. It's fine. How many of you like what we're doing here, demystifying the whole friggin' process? I want you to write this down. I'm going to make this my new hobby. I'm going to learn the basics. And I'm going to be able to do this. Because this is now the skill of everyone that wants to go virtual. You need this skill. And even if you're just improving your Zoom green screen, that's going to be important too. So let's learn right now how to set up a green screen camera. And I'm literally going to plug it in front of you so that you know I'm not even using any of the, I'm literally going to immobilize one of my cameras. I hate doing that. But I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to make it even easier on you. I'm going to do a separate training just on setting up the camera so that you see me plug it in. Who would like that? Just that one move. Because that's the most challenging move there is. And I'll have that to you by tomorrow. And that way we don't have to go through gyrations here. Because I really thought about what you could handle, what you couldn't handle, what was going to be overwhelming. Let's finish off on the series of moves. Then let me show you how to automate the moves. And then let's build a scene that represents all the scenes so we don't have to do each one. Clear? We get the idea. The scenes share these elements. So TV studio, right? So we're in TV studio right now, left, and now we're in TV studio right. Each of them has the backdrop and the name and the bar. I want you to write this down. Forget about the name and the bar if you don't want to hassle with it. I put it in there so that you would have everything to make a super high level professional Wirecast or Vimix type production with OBS. XSplit, by the way, is OBS for money. Essentially, they built something just like OBS that does a few pretty things. It's not better. Forget about this better or worse. They all fundamentally work the same way with a few more bells and whistles. So if you like free and powerful, this is both free and powerful. Let's now go to the next move. So we have two. Does everyone see the benefit of PowerPoint left, PowerPoint right? It's exactly the same setup. I just moved, right? So here's PowerPoint. I just moved it over here. Oh, Joel. And if I want to make it a little smaller, I would just stretch it or collapse it. You mean behind it is the standard set? Oh, that's cool. It's just a layer. Once you wrap yourself around this, I'm just a layer. I'm a movable item. I'm just a layer, Dr. Bill. Well, I'm just a layer. And if I want to move myself over, make myself smaller, I can do that just by clicking right here.
And then this is a layer. So this bottom thing is just a layer. It's a little video I made you. And I put it on the layer behind me. Does that make sense? You guys cool on that? Yeah. And then my name right here is right down here, and that's called name animation bar. And then under T, T means text. So if you want to put text in, you hit the plus sign and you go under text. There's only one option, and it opens it up. And that's how I did it. So when I go text over here and I right click on it or just double click it, it's going to allow me to select it, modify it, and move it. If you want to change it, you go down here into the menu under text and you right click on it and you open it up and you can modify it or rename it or remove it or do anything you want to change. If I double click on it, it automatically opens it up and I would then put in my offer. So it could be joel.groovpages.com/no-bill/. It could be joelbauer.click/ whatever offer you're making, whatever opportunity or gift, that's where you put it in. And that's how long it takes to change it. All you do is double click. All you do is double click on the type, and there it is. Raise your hand if that's pretty intuitive. Not very complicated. So when you look at how this thing is really built, it's not only not intimidating, it's kind of intuitive. Let's go to our next move. Alternative POV, point of view. This is if you feel like doing it. You don't have to have it. Put the camera over there, and now you're shooting at an angle. And that camera is the only thing in that scene. And there's no green screen on that camera at all. Wow, Joel. Would you like to show us, Joel, how to put a green screen on that camera? Yeah, I think so. Let me get you over your number one fear. How do you eliminate the background? How hard is it? Ready? I'm going to move that camera from where it is to right in front of me. And I'm going to tilt it a little bit. And I'm going to make it a green screen camera so you don't have to wait till tomorrow. Everyone ready? Take some notes. This is the hardest move and pretty friggin' easy. You guys ready? Let's create a new scene. Anyone know what we're going to call it? Let's call it camera 3 green for demonstration. That's it. So we start with tabula rasa, blank slate. We start with nothing. You all came in the world with nothing. Hopefully you attracted a couple of good parents. Maybe one, maybe not. Video capture device. We're going to add a device. Well, we already have the Logitech 920. If we didn't have it, we would capture this here and we would call it the 920. You follow me? But since we have it and it's already acknowledged, let's just click on it and there it is. Now that's not green screen. That's just the regular camera. That's out of the box, the way it comes, the default, right? Nothing to it. Now let's say that we didn't want to use green screen, or let's say we were having trouble with our lighting, but we still wanted to broadcast. Well, you could still put yourself down here, Dr. Monica. You could put yourself anywhere. You could put yourself on a beautiful virtual set. You could still literally go and bring in a media source from somewhere, and we could just call it whatever. And we go okie dokie. We find that beautiful media source. There it is. We put it on a loop. And now we've got the camera and we've got the media source. And the camera will now be behind the media source. And now, even with no green screen, nothing, I could put this directly in the frame with this pretty set in the studio, and I could still tell my story and tell my message. Who would agree? Still functional, still kind of cool, still doable, still a message. Now, let's forget about the background. Let's get rid of that background. Okay? Actually, let's not. Let's just make it disappear with the eyeball. Boom, done. Let's get rid of the green screen, shall we? Well, how do you do that, Joel? Is it going to be complicated? Ooh, it's very scary. Right click. You go under filters. Right click on the video. Let me do it again. Go under filters. This is the hardest thing you're ever going to learn. Right click, and it's not hard. Filters. Now there's a plus sign here, and there's a plus sign here. This is called effect filters. This is audio. You don't need audio. You need effect filters. Plus sign. Chroma key. Now, how many did agree? Okay, 4 moves. And it's new. So new is confusing. But guys, if this is the hardest move, who's doing better in their mind than they thought they were going to be today? Who's not finding this half as scary as they thought it was going to be? Who can see there's a learning curve, but not a crazy one, especially when you have the training? Hit chroma key. Now what? Well, might want to take a look here. You're going to have to do some finagling. So the first thing I do is I go under defaults, and I just click on default, and it's already on default. The first thing I mess with is a similarity. That starts, oh, look, stuff's disappearing. Oh, stuff's disappearing. Uh-huh. That's looking pretty good so far. Smoothness. Color spill. Opacity. Contrast. You kind of look to see what you think looks kind of fair and good right there. Gamma. Gamma is really important. Gamma puts the color back and the color contrast in there. And now I'm going to mess with it. So I'm going to close this. And it still isn't looking great in terms of elimination of the background. I got some fuzzies going on. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to click Alt, and I'm going to get rid of that base section. So I'm holding down the Alt key, and I'm framing myself accordingly. And remember, I just moved the camera from over there to over here, which is like starting from scratch. And now I've got this isolated. Is it great? Probably not. Let's put in a background and let's see how crappy it is. And then let's contrast it with the background. Is everyone with me? Now, once you set this up, write this down. You don't have to set it up again. Is anyone finding that frightening? No. We're just messing with things. I couldn't tell you technically why. I don't know that much about the subtleties at all. Not at all. Media source, let's just go fancy TV set because we already have something there. And let's just put it in. Well, there's one thing we forgot to do just now, and that is we forgot to put that on a loop. No, it's already there. Already done. Bite Me, it looks great. I thought it was going to look terrible. Wow. That's not bad at all. Now, my hair is pixelating a little bit. My hair's got some, it's not perfect. How many think that's pretty friggin' good? That's chroma key. And guys, you can go back and mess with it. All you do is this. Touch on you. Filters. Now, if you take a look here, chroma key. Perfectly happy with that. And there's some other tricks I could teach you, but I don't want to get you confused here. So I've given you a whole listing of little micro 8-minute trainings that get the job done. So everyone raise your hand if you can hear me now. Can you hear me when I tell you how to choose the right camera, how to set up your chroma key, how to set up your sound, how to optimize your microphone? I've got separate videos on all that, so this wasn't a full 3-day thing going on and on and on. I want to get to the Q&A, and I want to get to how you apply it if you have some concerns there. And we're about to start that shortly. So you mess with these elements here, and then you close it. And you can keep tweaking it as long as you want, but I must tell you something. I'm quite pleased with that. And now I can modify anything I want. Now you can see as I made it bigger. So let's take a look in the background there. You see the fuzzies there as we got a little bigger? So how we clean that up? We go into filters, we go into chroma key, and we go under similarity. Now, right now, that's really quite interesting. Do you know why I'm not in the picture? I want you all to write this down. Real important. You must touch on you in order to work on you. Anything you touch on is an element. It doesn't know the difference between you or a static image or a dynamic video. So I'm going to right click on me now. No, it didn't do me. I need to do me, which means I need to be in red. So when I click here, there we go. Now I'm working on me. I go under chroma key, and I really think that the similarity button, see, fuzzy, fuzzy, fuzzy wasn't fair. That's going to clean it up a bit. And the smoothness is also going to clean it up a bit, and the color spell. So you just have to keep working at it until you're comfortable. There's also something called apply look, which is, and defaults, you're going to be surprised at how good the defaults are in this program. Now we're clean, now we're clear. So that's how we set up the green screen. Now, what if I get rid of it? Everything we just did, done. What if I move that camera right back where it was so that nothing happened? I'm exactly where I was. Is it going to work? You're sure as hell it's going to work. Is it going to work? Nah, it mucked it up a little bit. So what am I going to do? Go under filters, go under chroma key, and I'm going to muck with it just a little and get it back where it was. Probably right about there. I would also say the contrast is a bit intense. I need a little more color in my face. And I would say the opacity is pretty good, but the brightness could be a little better there. And the gamma. Okay, that's it. I'm going to close that. That's usable. And now you'll see that the framing is off. Okay, you see the framing down here at the base? So what do? We touch here. We go into Logitech. This is this. And now we are back to this position here. We went from here to here. And I actually would reload it. I would actually reload the camera again. So I want you all to know something. If you're ever having trouble with any given element, you turn off OBS, you literally exit. Now, when I exit now, I'm going to disappear. And then I'm going to come back. And I don't want you freaking out. I want to show you that it works. I'm exiting. And I'm back. And now everything is still operative. There's my pre-show. There's establishing the title of my show. Here I have on the aerial to talk about what I'm going to do. I'm able to take you behind the scenes. I'm able to play my PowerPoint from 2 different points of view. And I'm able to game and show you websites and go through the whole process. So please write down a series of gifts. And by the way, this will be our only 5-minute break. Then we're going to come back here. We started today at 3 o'clock. It's 5:30, 2.5 hours.
It's time for a 5-minute break. In exactly 5 minutes, and I'm going to recode this again, in exactly 5 minutes, we will return here, and I mean on the second, and I will give you a whole slew of gifts and then take your questions. Good? See you here in 5 minutes. Here's your 5-minute timer. Oh, I hated that shirt. My wife made me buy that shirt for the wedding on the beach. Tommy Bahama, blech, not my style. Anyway, guys, we are back. We'll start in about 30 seconds. Question, give me a thumbs up if you're enjoying this, because this is pretty basic in some ways, but what we're about to do is to explain next level. I need you to wrap around this because it really does raise the bar in your level of connectivity. And I realize a lot of you would say, well, he could have done that in an hour and just kind of, you move too fast, you lose them. And you lose them in a really big way. So for those of you that are back here early, I'm going to show you a little treat. I'm just going to bring this into the screen here and show you how this thing works. Show of hands, who's getting benefit from this? And I want to talk to Dave Hobley here for a minute. So I have Dave unmuted now. It'll take a second, Dave. You don't have to touch anything. It should open up for you there. Dave is truly a master of technology. And what that means is problem solver. It doesn't mean he knows everything, but he knows how to analyze a technical problem. And it can be of any magnitude. He has worked on governmental, he's worked on global, he's worked on satellite, he's worked on space, and he can be a little spacey at times as well. So he's got it all dialed in. No, that's not. He's probably one of the most granular, detailed, and loving patriots that we have on this planet. So Dave, what I want to talk to you about is simplification. And I want you all to wrap yourself around this because this is the big payoff. I could show you guys 20 or 30 moves that are really friggin' advanced. And I could lose you in a heartbeat. Instead of showing you what I actually use that's necessary. So write this down. When you do a training, you have to create the lowest common denominator. It does nothing to do with stupidity. It has to do with what people can consume at a sitting. Dave has a tendency of wanting to show you the world. And it's very hard for him to omit the detail and the granularity. So Dave, what I'm suggesting is you teach what must be taught at that moment. And you include in your gifts the granularity.
Agreed.
Does that make sense to you, sir?
Yes, absolutely.
So when I was creating the pre-show today, I wanted to use I used yours, but I had to really dig around, but yours is the only one I had to dig around in because you wrote like 7 paragraphs.
Yeah.
And you said, now I have to distill it down. Well, the art of less is more profitable. You give more in the bonuses and the granularity and the gamification on your membership site in your mentorship programs. But initially, you have to teach what's most important. So today, it might take 3 hours to get you to wrap around this concept of scenes. I'm not here belaboring the simplicity of putting a camera in. That could have been done in 3 minutes. Or the simplicity of it was the idea that I want to do this. I see how I can apply this. I know this is important. This will allow me to tell my story more efficiently. This will allow me to show different perspectives. This will allow me to transition. This will allow me to set expectations. This will allow me to define what it is they're going to learn. This will allow me to tell my story and be understood. This will allow me to be perceived as professional and coherent and cognizant. This will allow me to make my offers in a clear way. And this will allow me to go to break and be on top of my game. So I wanted to give you all of those elements. And those elements are really, really important. Does everyone see how you don't really need any more moves? You just change the background. Maybe you're not using PowerPoint, so you turn it off and you put something else in, which is a plus sign, hit the eyeball, done. Who gets the idea? So let's set up a master slide, and then let me show you Stream Deck, which is kick-ass, because it'll float your boat. And I'll show you what I use it for every day and in every way. So, by the way, Dave, I wasn't beating you up. There's Dave's Stream Deck right there. He has the same one I have. I use the 15-button controller. I also have the 24-button, which does have its place. I'm actually using two of them now, simply because it's so fast when I'm doing consulting. And when someone's paying you $5,000 or $12,000 an hour, or whatever you charge, $500, $1,000, whatever it is you charge, because of what you believe your time is worth, and because of your track record, and because you haven't had a failure yet, I don't want to look for my websites. I don't want to look. I want to pre-structure, bam, drop it in, drop it in, drop it in. I'm ready right now. I've got every single button pre-coded right now, right on that deck. I've got every single button right here pre-coded, so I know by picture what website. I know that if I'm on that website right now, right, and I want to open up GrooveFunnels, it automatically, without my looking for anything, is going to dial into my transactions. And right now it's on the server. Whatever's happening has nothing to do. I also have about too many tabs open there. I probably got 25 tabs open there. So I'm going to start closing tabs. Why? That's a whole lot of bandwidth I don't need to be using up. Whole lot of resources that don't need to be allocated. So by closing those down, that's going to put me in much better position. And now, when I hit that button for Groove transactions, whatever. It's searching right now. Same thing it would be doing, but bear in mind, we're live on the internet. This is all being done in real time. Let's go to a different site here. Boom, there it is. Would everyone please write down, this is called vMix. I already gave you the link for this, so you don't need to write it down. It's called vMix. This is where you can purchase custom backdrops, custom sites. By the way, I don't make a dime on it. The guy's name is Eric Pratt. He owns this company. And I want to show you now. I want to gift you for a moment here before we go to Stream Deck, and before I take your questions, and you can throw them at me today. I can assure you someone else's question will be the answer that you were looking for. Please take a look at this. This is YouTube. It's called AWOL. AW, that's AWOL is the man I pay per hour to take care of any problems I have. So in the future, if you have a problem, I don't make a dime on this. You don't have to tell him I sent you. However, if you do, it'll make him feel good. He'll still charge me, but it'll make him feel good. That's the truth. It's just nice to know who's referring you. It's called Book Me for Coaching. And I want you to see how he built this funnel. Book for coaching, right in the top, one-on-one coaching, 60 minutes. It was $150 an hour. I consider that. My first call with him was 5 hours. And I thought we were going to be done in 2. And I just clicked on my PayPal and I kept clicking it and clicking it and clicking it. And it's like, I need another hour. I need another hour. I need another hour. And let me tell you something that's interesting. I said to him, I think I'm going to be the easiest guy you've ever worked with the dumbest problems. And he told me halfway through our 3rd hour, he said, you are the most difficult, challenging series of problems I've ever seen thrown at me. You're not difficult as a client. I like being with you, and I like the fact that you appreciate me and you compliment me and you're sincere. But you're trying to get OBS inside Zoom, inside StreamYard, inside Loom. He says, people don't even know that can be done. They don't even know there's a virtual camera plugin. He says, your people are used to you, but you're taking them so far beyond what's going on. Most people just use it as a streaming device, as a broadcast device. They use StreamYard. You're putting them together. And then when I showed him why, he said, oh my God, kick ass. Increases the quality of your communication and your closing. So this gentleman, $150 an hour, you pick a time, locks them in. Now I don't care if you hire him or not at all. I want you to see that his channel has a book me for coaching. Guys, who just had a breakthrough there going, I didn't know you could do that. He says, I got hired, and please keep this to yourself. He says, I got hired for hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars a year from my YouTube channel when someone clicked on that book me and hired me full time. He says, when I consult now, it's just icing on the cake. When I produce the money I get from YouTube, which is huge, he has over 4,000 videos. He was one of the top gamers in the world for years. And he's one of the nicest guys. So I just want you to know he's a resource for you. And I consider him for this best of class because he knew exactly what wasn't possible. And he knew exactly how to solve. We had a problem last night that was so complicated. And he fixed it in 4 minutes. And I said, I'll bet you it took you 3 years to figure that out. He said, he looked at me like, how the hell? He says, it took me about 2 years of experimenting to figure out how to make these virtual cables do what I just did, because there's no logic in it. And Dave Hobley knows exactly what I'm talking about. Sometimes the solution is not logical. You're screwing with software that wasn't coded correctly to begin with. Dave?
Yeah, that's correct. You're absolutely right.
So I want you guys to know that there are resources for you. If you ever have a real challenge, this is the guy I'd recommend before he learns what he's worth. Because I told him last night he was underpriced. So you can see now, with this deck I'm using, I just hit the buttons and it opens up any single site that I have instantly. I don't have to wait. I can go somewhere. It'll take me where I want to go. It'll run the video. It'll do anything that I want it to do. And that makes this a very powerful tool called Stream Deck. And the fact that I can move myself within that frame is just fantastic. And the fact that I can scroll, and I believe Brianna might have already, yeah, here it is. The dates have changed. We just had this modified, Aaron, while I was on the call. So Masterclass will be 10 days, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, November. This is in the United States of America, Pacific Standard Time. And all the details are down here. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. By the way, I am not looking to sell more seats. In fact, I don't want you buying. If you are serious about Masterclass or being considered at the pandemic price it's at, because the price will go from where it is now to $15,000 again, and then $30,000. This is the last time that you'll ever be able to invest at under even half of that. And if you already have the membership, you get an even deeper discount. And we're never doing that again. I don't care if one more person signs up. I want to keep it intimate. I want it to be under 100 people. I am embracing everyone in the Asia Masterclass and uniting them with the U.S. for one reason. We're going to create a global relationship. Aaron, unmute. My goal for Masterclass, and I want you all to hear this, is for you guys to potentially be acquired by Aaron. Aaron and I have made millions upon millions upon millions of dollars together. We have shared in that revenue. But the reality is, he gave me more than he took and absorbed all the expenses.
So I want you to write this down. When you work with a producer who picks you up at the airport, hugs you with or without a mask on, takes you to the Intercontinental Hotel, you sit down at your first buffet in Singapore. Singapore is so safe, you can wear a pave diamond Rolex on each finger, walk around with a G-string at 4 a.m. No one will lay a hand on you. In fact, I think they'd be frightened. They will put you in jail, though, if you're walking around in a G-string. Don't spit, don't curse, don't show disrespect for anyone. Singapore has the most amazing government. And Malaysia, which was at one time, they were one country, is very different. But if I had a choice between Singapore and Malaysia, I would still choose Malaysia. I have learned that the people have huge hearts. I have more friends, relationships, and students in Asia than I do in the U.S. That's a fact. I'm talking about the intimacy. My students that went on the Voyage of Destiny were closer. They've made bonds for life, real relationships, and that's very exciting to see. So, guys, I don't want you buying anything here. Write down Brianna at JoelBauer.com. She's not going to try and sell you a damn thing. If you're serious about Masterclass, serious, she will find out if you're the right fit. And then she will make executive decisions in terms of cost to bring it down to the lowest common denominator. If you are in Asia, then you will contact Charlotte. And Aaron, would you please give them Charlotte's direct contact information? Because Charlotte will know all the laws, all the details concerning our upcoming 2-day live events, because we are obviously postponing the 2-day live component, but we're doing the 10 days so that you can generate the revenue, have the freedom, build the leverage, have the alliance and accountability relationships, and more. Real important. Now, I am not going to be conducting a lot of master classes. That's for sure. And this one will probably come close to killing me, because I'm going to give like no one's ever seen before. And I believe that we will knock it to another galaxy in terms of online events. You have no idea what I'm putting into this. If you've ever been impressed by any of my programs, this is dazzling. And we're keeping the price down to something that everyone can afford. And yes, there are payment programs. So the dates were changed. They are there, joelbauer.com. We'll give you plenty of details. Then reach out to Brianna at joelbauer.com, Briana, or Charlotte. Aaron, please give out Charlotte's email address.
Yeah, Charlotte at wealth-mentors.com. Charlotte at wealth-mentors.com. Charlotte, CHARLOTTE at wealth, WEALTH -mentors, MENTORS.com. Charlotte at wealth-mentors.com.
So I want people to know here that you can make this as complex or as simple as you choose. This is the final time I'm going to mention this. At 12 o'clock midnight tomorrow night, this offer will be off the table. This is the last time I'm doing it in the year 2020, and I will never do it again at $12.97. And let me tell you why, ever. I am including from my website, it sells for $2,000 alone. I reduced the price to $497. I'm including Master Presenter, which are the laws of authority with all the tools, techniques, and processes. This was the original authority matrix without the tools that were complicated to use. I reduced the price to $500, $497. I'm gifting it to everyone that does breakthrough. If you've already done it before, doesn't matter. It's a gift for those that don't have it if they're doing breakthrough. We are currently at 77. We are going to 97. When those 20 spots are filled, this page will be sold out and there'll be no way to enter into that. I would recommend to you that you not only go to this page, but you speak to some of the students who've been with me for the past 4 months who have gone through next level, inner circle, and JoeLIVE, because they will tell you that the gifts alone, the downloads, and the sense of power they feel, and the fact that they're able to present their webinars in many cases now with confidence and competence where they didn't believe that was possible. Not to mention the tools and resources. Shemaya, quick comment from you, and then we go to Stream Deck.
Oh, it's been absolutely, you mean on the program?
Yeah, all the programs. You've been there for all three.
Yeah, that's true. It's been amazing because in Zero to Hero, I discovered what I really love to do is to organize and help people monetize by organizing. Then in the last exclusive, I discovered I did the webinar, I ran my webinars, and I got clients for my webinars. In the last 14 days, I generated $29,000 in sales with a completely new business concept where I get to do what I love so much.
Do you believe that if you hadn't trained with me and you were spending about $1,000 at each level, it was $997, then you adopted the $997, and then you invested in Inner Circle, which was 13 weeks, and I'm actually making it 14. That's coming, I mean, we're doing that right now. Tomorrow night, we're together. That's high level. And now I created the Breakthrough Program, which is one shot, 4 sessions of 4 hours. And intriguingly enough, Shemaya, would you please let everyone here know that I said point blank, I didn't feel anyone in the Inner Circle had to do Breakthrough. I said, you're okay right where you are, more than okay. I said, the only people that should do it are those that are so solvent financially that it's not painful. And then it's the best deal in the world because of the languaging and content definition that's going to be through the Breakthrough Program. And then it prepares people for a masterclass that happen to be going where they're on the fast track, and they'll take it somewhere that probably it's never gone before. So Shemaya, I believe you're one of the people who signed up for Breakthrough, which means you've taken all 4 master coaching levels, and Breakthrough will surprise you. How did you make that decision? I want people to understand why people invest.
Oh, it's very simple. I love speed. I don't like to take long to do things. I like results fast. I like to bring results from the clients fast, and I love results fast. And that's what I got so far because it takes out the learning curve. So actually, Chris and I were like fighting who got to pay because we both know, okay, we're going to do this. There was not even a question about it. And I already emailed Brianna, said, can you let me know when we can buy? So as soon as the link was up in the group, we were ready.
Have you and the other members of the groups been blown away by the downloads and the complexity of what I'm giving them and making simple? And I'm giving them my own slide decks, which would sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars. So it's not like you're guessing. And you just did a micro webinar in 10 minutes, and it was amazing. And then I coached you through the modifications. How valuable was that?
That was absolutely priceless. Having the slides made a huge difference. This was my first webinar I've ever done. We looked into it before when, other courses online, but it's not complete. You miss the pieces, and this is complete. It has all the puzzles together. And then the coaching I received, Joel, it was absolutely priceless. It was phenomenal to get exactly the little changes that make all the difference.
Good to see you. So, ladies and gentlemen, write this down. The purpose of this technology is so that if you're showing off your page, right? So if you're showing your offer and the people are there that are actually on that page and you've got them in a matrix like this, they become your living live conversion mechanism. If I wanted to sell this right now, this will be closed out, guys. Guys, we're already done. We're almost done. We've only turned 3 people away. That means we refunded their money immediately. Brianna contacts them, and she says, you're not the right fit for this. My dad doesn't feel you need this. Only 3. If I see that they're not progressing, that they're regressing, or that they're wasting their time, then they're wasting my time. This is not about money for me, I can assure you. If you don't take people's money and they're not vested, they don't succeed. And that is an absolute reality. And I dislike telling you that, but that is an absolute reality. So using this kind of mechanism is so incredibly powerful. I'd urge you to take that very seriously. And I'd urge you to model the page and model the process as well. So from this position, we can do absolutely anything. Now let's go back in and finish our setup and the simple technical I'm going to go through so that you'll have no confusion and be able to get to the next point. I'm not going to muck with that camera. I could obviously fine tune it if I wanted to at this point. So on our setup here, we've gone through TV studio left, TV studio right. You just saw the purpose of it. Very powerful purpose. The purpose is to explore and offer a site, gifting, engagement, what it is you offer. I want you all to write this down. If you're not offering something and you've created value, you're making an error. And then you're not able to make a living and do what you love. And those people wanted you to serve them. Those that want you will invest. Those that don't, they pass. And then they find out what they missed out on, which is automation, monetization, clarity, empowerment, and the ability to get out of your way. Real important. Let's go to our next sequence here. Desktop left, desktop right. So we had PowerPoint left, PowerPoint right, just to break it up. Now we go to desktop left, desktop right. Now take a look. Take a look under sources. All there is a camera and the browser. So plus sign browser. Pretty easy, huh? It's always just the plus sign and you click it in position. That brings us to our final button, which is the 9th button. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 buttons. 3, 3, 3. Who can do this with their fingers? 3, 3, 3. Try this now. This finger establishes what's about to happen. Pen and paper, get your water ready. That's that button. That sets up. Does that make sense? It's at the upper left because you're not going to get near it again for a long time. The middle finger there, the middle of those 3, that establishes what? That establishes the name of the event. And now what's the 3rd button? It introduces you and the city you're in, establishing rapport, building credibility, signifying that you're a part of that local culture, that mindset with that mission, ostensibly. Those are the first 3. That makes sense, Joel. Kind of logic in there. Next 3 buttons, and all you do is feel the next 3. The first button you're going to touch on is going to be pulling back the curtain. I want you to know I am at home. I want you to know I am in the hotel. I want you to know I'm with you every step of the way. Now, bear in mind here, guys, the reason this looks weird is it's trying to chroma key, but I don't want a chroma key. Did anyone catch that? This is not designed for chroma key. I don't want it to chroma key. Remove. Now it's back to normal. So what's the point of trying to chroma? I don't want a chroma key. I want this to be my regular camera so I can just look at them. And by the way, Dr. Carney, I want to thank you for this box. I think it was a cigar box, but I'm actually using it. And it has all my little goofy things here. But the most important thing that I have in here, ladies and gentlemen, and I urge all of you to get something like this. This is petrified tree sap, and inside it is a frequency. And if you think I'm nuts, well, do some research. This protects me against 5G. I have these all over the house. My children have them. My wife has it. You can test it electronically and scientifically. I secured this through Fred Van Loo. Best money I didn't spend on a meal, because that's about what it cost me, the cost of a good meal. That's it. Protect yourself. 5G is beyond dangerous. Beyond dangerous. And it penetrates the fabric of your life right now in any given major city. I live in Los Angeles. Real important. Remember, what is the point of the wealth if you don't have your health? Richest man, richest woman in the graveyard. No point. So we move on here. Real important now. Here's the deck. 3, 3. Second line. Does that make sense to you? Brings me to my PowerPoint. And how am I able to run my PowerPoint? I have this on. So I'm able to use my fingers. I'm running a world-class event from one deck. Now, during my masterclass, I'll be using a 24-button deck, each day completely tricked out just for that day, to take them where they've never, just so much dimension, and just to keep them so proactive. And I'll be on my feet and in my seat, on my feet, in my seat, these people have never been What do you see? You'll hear about Masterclass. They've never seen an event run online that's run like a live event. I mean, a live event. They're on their feet. They're in their seat. They're on their feet. And then when I bring them live to the live bonus event, so instead of them getting 4 days, they're getting 10 days plus 2, plus $500,000 in resources, which, you ask anyone that's ever trained with me, it's like giving me the shirt off my back and my house and a Ferrari and everything else combined, because you've got everything you need and you don't need to invest in anything. And it all comes together. Live events are very, very important. Online, we can do magical things. We're learning that. More magical than ever before. We're having to step up to the plate and raise the bar in our game. And this is what this is about today, so that you can do this. Anyone appreciate today? Anyone understand that I could do this a lot faster? However, I couldn't do it a lot faster where you really emotionally embrace it and go, I need to do that. And I'm going to do it. The final thing I've gifted to you is my counter, which you're not going to use because it's my counter. So I gifted you the entire PowerPoint plus the training on how to customize it. And that's literally a right click 5 times that makes a 5-minute counter. It replaces the person here and the testimonial here. Really powerful. That's it. 9 moves and you're in control. 9 moves. And then your remaining 6 buttons, okay, so right over here, the remaining 6 buttons here go to websites that are in order. So the first 2 buttons I code with the website that I want you to see for gifts first and foremost. And that's why I put myself in front of Andrew's website, because I want you to know where to go if you have a true emergency and you see the value in getting it right. Number 2, I gifted you where you would get virtual sets made. Where would you get a virtual set made at high level? Let me give you an idea of what a virtual set actually looks like. So please watch my browser here. I'm going to go under video, which will be under media source. And I'm going to go under, and I do believe, no, I don't have it here. I'm going to go under new. So I'm going to call this Joel's Warehouse, which I probably spelled wrong. That doesn't look right to me. Under Joel's Warehouse, I'm now going to browse, and I'm going to go to my PC, and I'm going to have to find it on my D drive in envelope number 1 under vMix Masters under Virtual Top Picks. And then I'm going to scale down to the set that all of you have seen before, but were somewhat unaware of. And I'm actually not seeing it. So I'm going to go to another similarly customized set. There's my set. This is custom. So this is built for me. And this takes probably 20, 30 hours. So there's a video behind a backdrop. Is it necessary? No, not at all. It has my brand color on the top. Some of you might say, well, it doesn't look that real. I think it looks pretty good. As far as virtual sets go, I think that looks pretty good. And I'm not pretending that it is real, right? I'm not pretending. I'm not pretending that there's a city in my bathroom. I'm not pretending anything. So, you know, don't freak out on that point, because it's really a moot point here. But here's what it looks like. You put a PowerPoint in front of it, looks fantastic. You shift your body to the middle, to the left, boom, looks great. That's an example. Now, for very little money on video blocks, just to show you what you really can do, let me turn off the warehouse now, and let me put in just one final demonstration, which I think you'll really appreciate. And this one is going to be called Set. I'm going to go in here, and I'll show you one of my favorites that I also have used with great success. And it also uses LA in the background. And this is from Video Blocks, which you could probably buy from anywhere from $10 to $40. It's not very expensive at all. It looks fantastic. And again, there I am. So if I want to, I can make myself bigger or smaller, but there's something about that set with the lights behind the frame and the moving lights that really looks fantastic. So kind of decide on your brand colors and then be consistent. And decide on whether you'd want to be on a sound stage or whether you would want to be on a static photo. So let me show you something I gifted to you that's just amazing. I think you'll really appreciate it. And this image is going to be called Photographic Set. I'll just call it PS. And right now, if I browse for it, I'm just going to go to Desktop, TV Show Creation, TV Creation Awards. And now what I didn't show you is I put a set of royalty-free. No, that's not it. Right now I'm looking for the royalty-free music. I probably have to add this to it. I probably moved the folder, but I have over 100, I have 99 links for you. Free virtual backdrop sources. Green. Okay, so let me just go up one tier and let me see if it's right here, because it should have been right here. If it isn't, no problem. Let me go over here, working on, and I will find, you know what? I know exactly where it is. I have it in multiple locations. Let me go back to my PC, data drive D, number 1, Vimix, and green screen rooms. Okay, so I'm gifting you all of these. You should be friggin' excited. These get very costly. So take a look at what happens when I add this set. Oh, I love this friggin' set. I love this set. This is my favorite static photo. I actually thought about not giving it to you because you'll see me use it a lot. It looks real. And there you are in production, like you're taking a break, like you're producing an event, like you're who likes that? Isn't that great? It's a fantastic set. I think a lot of you will use this, but I want you to know that you've got all these friggin' options. You're not going to have to spend any money. And that's why this is such an incredible gifting package as well. So we go to browse here again, take a look at these kitchens, outdoor scenes, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful homes. I actually like our kitchen in our home better than these, but these are really good. There's some really impressive stuff here. And I think you'll be blown away. Foyers, boardrooms. You pop in a boardroom. Ba-bam. Put your camera in the first position. Ba-bam. There's a boardroom. Just saved you a lot of money. So I just want you to know that you've got all of the tools. Okay? We're going to build one final scene here. This is going to be a complicated one. The last scene that I manifest, that'll be it. By the way, we're at the 4 hour and 12-minute mark. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to put this in the bonus, and I'm going to go right to Q&A. I'm just going to show you Stream Deck, and right now, I'm going to show you something magnificent. I'm going to turn off my entire green screen. I'm going to close OBS. You're going to go, really? Uh-huh. But not before I show you how I organize the deck. So watch very carefully here. I'm going to open up. Here's the software. And I'm hoping that you'll be able to see this on the screen right here. Give me a thumbs up if you can easily see on my desktop. Who can see on my desktop something called Stream Deck? Is that pretty clear, Dr. Monica? Okay. I also want you to see this drop-down menu here. This is how I'm able to select the arrows, the black screen, the white screen. This software is fantastic. I included the link for it. And this way you can literally point, change your colors, emphasis, whatever you're teaching. If I want to teach Stream Deck right now and I want to point to that particular pointer, then if I want to clear it, I just hit garbage can and the eyeball closes. How cool is that? It's beautiful, really fantastic, and it writes on top of absolutely anything. And I have the advanced one that does some other effects. So it's free. You can download it and use it. They'll try and get you an upgrade, but you don't have to. It'll do the basics for you. You'll be very happy. So I want you all to watch very carefully. I'm going to open up a brand new, okay, now watch carefully here,
you just go under arrow, new profile. Okay, that's what we're going to call it. This is going to be a brand new profile. The first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to click on this button and get rid of, this is called Stream Deck, by the way. So if I click on that button right there on the middle of my machine, it will literally take me to Stream Deck, where you can buy these things. They're about $150, $250, and about $99 for the small 6-button. I do not recommend the 6-button version. And you don't have to have one of these because I already showed you, you can code it to any keyboard you have. So watch very carefully now. I'm going to get out of here. And let me just get into something where you can actually see me. Yeah, okay. So please watch carefully at how simple this is to use. I want to get rid of this button right now. Disappears. On the right side, you're going to see Game Capture, OBS Studio. I want you to forget about all of them. I want you to go under Stream Deck. And I want to show you how to use Stream Deck every day of your life. Guys, this is going to flip you out. You got to see this to believe it. I'm going to set myself up right now, Studio PowerPoint. And I'm going to go to my Desk Teach Left. And I'm going to shut down all this garbage in there that I don't want because they serve no purpose right now. Set, warehouse, etc. Don't need it. Doesn't serve a purpose. And I'm not even sure what that, okay, so that's what I wanted. There's Stream Deck. Now watch this. I'm going to show you how to program it, but before I do, I'm going to show you something called Everyday. That's my everyday. And what does that mean? That means when I get up in the morning, I don't ever touch my mouse. If I want to check GrooveFunnels, I click the second button from the right. It opens up my account. If I want to check YouTube, it takes me into a YouTube channel. If I want to go to Mentoring for Millions, it'll take me right into my group page. If I want to go to Vimeo, it'll take me directly to my Vimeo account with 3,643 videos. If I want to go directly to, it takes me, if I want to go to my Infusionsoft account, it takes me in Infusionsoft. If I want to go into ClickFunnels, it takes me into Guys, it's so frigging fast. So when I'm working with a client, I have all of my shortcuts in position. I'm able to open apps. Here's videos. That Chrome logo that I set up that you saw, Eduardo Ramos turned me on to this. Love it. You click customize, put in your information, done. It generates something that would have taken Industrial Light and Magic $7,500 in 3 months to generate approximately 35 years ago. How do I know that? I paid them $7,500 and it took them 3 months to generate something very simple. It was nice. They did a good job, and now it's friggin' free almost. Videos you can pay by the job, or for $69 you can get a limited lifetime license, which they'll try and get you to upgrade on. The basic license is pretty good. I found that once you generate what you need, you don't tend to go back there very much unless you're going to make that your business. So write down video. No, don't write it down. I gave you the links. It's all in the resource area. So you're going to have all that by tomorrow as well. At noon tomorrow, I'll deliver your package to all of you. If you don't get it by, let's say, Wednesday night, you reach out to Brianna at joelbauer.com and you just put in the subject line, green screen, did not receive green screen gifts. Are we clear? Are we clear? I have no control over Infusionsoft, and I don't know when I copy and paste your emails, which we do, by hand, following this call. It's a pain in the ass. That's how we handle it because we want you to get them. Most of you, the emails end up in spam. So this is just amazing. All you have to do is the following. You just drag the thing you want on top of the button. Oh, come on, Joel. Let me show you. It can't be that easy. It's that easy. Let's go under Profile 1, which is blank. We're going to create something brand new. Website. Let's say the website that I want to capture there
is videos. So obviously I just went to that website. You saw me do it. And all I do is the following. I just cut and paste it here. Oh, come on. Animations. Auto. Animations. If I want to change the picture on the button, which I can, you can either create a new icon, or I can just take any picture of anything and put it on there, and the button takes the photo. Oh, cool. How cool is that? I take the point down to 6 point. I make sure it shows in the top. If I want it to show on the bottom, take a look at it. It jumps. You can put the name wherever you want it. I put them in the top because I can see them better. Done. Let's do it again. Website. Who's liking this? Huh? Let's say I want YouTube, the address for YouTube. Highlight it. Put it in the URL. YouTube. Let's say I want to give it another picture. Create an icon. I can either create one, or I can use their incredible library and import pictures. Guys, it's frigging incredible. This was designed for gaming, and then YouTubers adopted it, and now the broadcast industry is using this, and all the keys are LEDs. It's really friggin' hot. Great program. So right now, let's say I don't want to do that custom. I'm going to go set from file. And then I'm just going to go to my desktop, and I'm going to go under JB 2020, and I'm going to go under new picks, and I'm going to pick an icon of something I'm familiar with, and that's my YouTube. Let's do it one more time. But let's go to OBS. How do we pick and use the buttons for scenes? Fantastic question. I'm glad you didn't ask it. Here we go. Let's start with the first button, and let's just override it. Are you sure you want to replace this action? I am. It's now asking me automatically, what scene do you want to put in there? Pre-show conditioner. Oh, come on. Pre-show. You want to put a picture in there? Put your picture in there. There's got to be more to it than that, Joel. No, that's it. That's it. Huh? Are you serious? Override. Scene. Intro, outro, animation. Who gets it? Raise your hand if you already get it. Nothing to it. Set from file. Ba-boom. Write something here. Ba-boom. We're done. Are you serious? Are you telling me that if you hit those two buttons right now, there's the pre-show, there's the intro, outro. That's how I do it. And I'm giving you more training and more details.
Hey, Joel.
Yeah.
Show them that pad now that you've programmed the buttons.
No, it's the same. It's exactly the same thing. Yeah, it's exactly the same thing. Right now, I want to get to Q&A. Appreciate it, Dave. It's all good. So right now, we're going to go back to AWOL setup. There it is. And I'm back in action, exactly where I was. Anyone liking that? Doable. And if you don't want to buy that thing, you just go under settings, write this down, save you a lot of time, hotkeys. And now automatically all your scenes will appear on the left. 5-minute break. So what do? You put your cursor there where it says switch to scene. And you select the button you want to use, which would be number 6. And that's all you do, guys. You click apply, Okie dokie pokey. And now if I hit button number 6 on my keyboard, here, let me show you. Even though I used that keyboard, I think it might work on this one. It also might not. It didn't. Okay. Bluetooth from a different keyboard. The coding's a little different, but if I hit this one, it will work. Boom. That's how easy it is to set up a shortcut using your keyboard. Okay, let me do that just one last time, and then we are on to questions, and that's it for today. By the way, anyone who's already here over 4 hours, anyone that leaves will receive all gifts. I'm just going to answer questions for about 20 minutes, and then I'm going to enjoy dinner with my wife. I love you all. You'll receive all gifts and even more by tomorrow at 12. And to my inner circle, I will be with you tomorrow night. Expect a lot. Get prepared. We're going deep, deep, deep as we have been. And for those of you that are going to be in the breakthrough, get ready for a life changer beginning at the end of this month, 4 consecutive weeks. Things will not be the same. To all of you that are in mentorship for membership, next week will be an amazing Q&A, part 2 of establishing your bio intro. We have a competition going on. So for those of you that put in your intro, actually wrote it thoughtfully, I will select the most effective person from the group. I'm going to do this with the group, by the way. I'm not going to do it alone. And that person wins something and save a lot of money. Give them an incredible gift they can't get anywhere else. So get ready here. Final move, settings. This is all you need to know to be completely functional. Hotkeys. Scroll down. It says alternative point of view right. It was currently set for page up by default. I'm going to put it under 9. That's all I have to do is hit the button 9. That's interesting. It don't want to do it. There it is. And apply. And okay. And now if I hit the button 9, it didn't. Whatever. I would reset. I'm not going to bother right now, but that's how easy it is to appoint a key with a number. Oh, by the way, if you want to know what just happened, I hit the wrong key. That simple. Settings happens all the time because I'm working with a keyboard underneath a shelf. You scroll down to something you want, desktop teach right, garbage can what's already there, put your cursor right there, and now just decide what you want to switch to. Let's say the number 2, ba-boom, okay, and it switches and takes you to that exact location. We are now going to leave StreamYard, and I mean leave StreamYard. All I do is exit StreamYard. It remembers everything we did, and then in Zoom, I simply select my Logitech Brio or whatever my default camera is. Is that a little better for you? Okay. Everyone write down that the settings for OBS, and we also teach you that, and all that stuff is in the trainings. How many of you would like me to include, and this is very behind the scenes, every single hour I paid for with a consultant so that you learn what he did for me and you don't have to pay for it?
I'm going to bonus that to you. That's about 5-6 hours of training, and that will include any additional training that I decide to couple with it. Now, I want you to know something. You will hear me being very humble. I'm asking someone else for help with this program. And he's telling me that what you're doing is not simple. And you're going to see how he handles his coaching as well. And you're going to see how no matter what, I'm happy. No matter what. Because he couldn't do everything I wanted because some of it hadn't been coded, like didn't exist. But what he did do, I was very happy with. And I'm going to bonus you all of it. It's huge. That'll come in the package. I'll be rendering that all night long. That was not something I planned on doing. Finger on nose. We're on the first screen. I'll take one question per screen. That should take us through. I'm going to set an alarm here so we don't go crazy on timing. And we're now set for 20. Here we go. Question on nose, first screen. No one has a finger on nose on the first screen. Fantastic. Maybe we have no questions. Maybe you're just exhausted, inundated, very happy where you are, and you want me to take all my free time and just prepare the gift package for you before the... Okay, we have Dennis Flug. Mr. Flug. Give it a second. There you go, sir. You're all set.
Question. You're showing PowerPoint...
Yeah, Dennis, do me a favor, buddy. Can you move closer to your microphone or somehow position the mic because it's very hard to hear you and I want them to hear you. I want them to hear you. Can you move a little closer to your mic? And can you tilt your camera a little bit higher so we can see you because it's actually cutting your head in half.
Question. You're doing PowerPoint as well as your face on there. Can you actually, like Aaron, if he's doing stock options or whatever, link up to a platform that shows and where he can show where the point to do the stop loss, all that?
Dennis, exactly the setup I showed you, sir, shows you that when you're in gaming mode on buttons, it was button the third chamber of 2, exactly the way it's set up, and you're going to receive the graphic. I'm sending you everything. Guys, I'm sending you the layout. Everything's annotated, super simple. Exactly what you want. Has you down in the corner, Dennis, or Aaron in the corner, and behind you is exactly when to get in, when to get out. You're able to examine all those variables, and one of our students here who teaches online trading has been using that very setup over the last 3 weeks. And it's increased his sales because people can watch it and really understand it. So Aaron will be able to teach with extraordinary detail, and he'll be inside it, which is very immersive. And that makes it a lot more interesting than if you're in Zoom and you're just like detached and you're saying, look at this. Plus, Aaron can now make arrows and hooks in different colors, circles, squares. He can write right on the screen. It's going to make his teaching a lot more effective. Absolutely, Dennis. It's exactly what I just showed you. You just have the website behind you, and your camera's in the front layer, and your website is simply browser layer, and that's it. It's the exact same setup. Everything I just showed you a moment ago. You good, Dennis? Okay, another question? Finger on nose. Finger on nose. Okay. Thank you guys for hanging in there. Here we go. Jerry Martini. Hopefully not a party animal. I just came from a wedding, and let me tell you, people weren't looking too good after 3 hours. Not too good. Jerry, how are you, sir?
Good, Joe. How are you? Thank you very much. Quick question. The name of the model of the computer laptop that was just gifted to you, would you mind telling us again what that was, please?
Yeah, G7. G7. And by the way, I want you to know something here, and I say this with all due respect. If you guys, if you knew what I've done for Eduardo, and if you knew what I've sent to him, okay, you would understand that it was a gift, but it's the gifts are abounding. He knows I don't need a laptop, but because he sent me the laptop, I'm actually using it. And now my laptop is in the possession of a master of LinkedIn, who you all know very, very well. So, yeah, that's the computer that was in the video that we used. The only difference between, I want you to know this. So that's about a $3,000 laptop with all the bells and whistles. It's loaded. It's got 3 terabytes, 2070 NVIDIA. It's crazy. It's, you know, it's 9th gen. It's crazy. It's cutting edge. However, there's only one thing that's different between that and my i7, you know, $1,400 computer, which was called the Gram, which is the LG Gram, which I loved, and which is infinitely more pleasant to carry around. 2 pounds versus 9 pounds. This thing's annoying. Okay. Here's what's amazing. The new computer, it lasts 4.5 hours on a battery charge. That blew me away. Full light blew me away. I thought maybe an hour. The power brick for the new computer weighs more than the LG Gram computer. It's like freaking this big. So you've got to really think about that. Now, what do I love about it? Only one thing. Guys, write this down. Video stability when you're presenting. I make millions of dollars per year presenting. It's my business. I need video integrity. When I go to Asia now and I plug in, I'm taking a monster. The chances of that computer crashing due to video playback is unlikely. However, most of you don't realize the more power you have, the worse it is on the thermals. It gets too hot. When the computer overheats, it affects everything, particularly PowerPoint performance, keynote performance, anything. I'm very video intensive. When you have a lot of video, your sales are high. I use a lot of testimonials, constantly, pre-frame, post-frame, lockdowns. Those testimonials that are the punctuation, the accentuation, the pre-framing of that particular concept that I'm teaching, that's the key to the sales dynamic. That's what increases the sales, because you reach a point where if he's already overcome every objection you had from the inception of the presentation, and you can't even think of an objection, and there's a money-back guarantee. I pay you if you fail $1,000 if you made all the moves and you didn't triple your investment. And you get all these bonuses if you do it now, and the price is taken from here on the and you know it's so when the value proposition is that beautifully constructed, and they can't come up with a reason not to buy, and they don't have their wife or their husband or their girlfriend or their boyfriend or their dog or their cat sitting on their head, scratching them. If the conditions are right, they give themselves permission, and they're never taking a risk, because I really do guarantee what I do. And all speakers, guys, I want you to write this down. Let me explain to you 3 takeaways. I didn't plan on discussing this now, but this is huge. When I walk into a room, live room, right? Kill it on a webinar, doesn't make a difference, but live. Let's just talk live for a minute. Let me tell you why 90% of the other speakers who spoke before me will have refunds. Everyone will refund almost everything they bought. I want to be on at the end. How do I do that? I don't say anything negative. I don't put down another speaker. I actually acknowledge them. I actually compliment them. But when it's my time to speak, I don't walk up there on the stage. Everyone's on the stage prancing around like they're a big deal. I stay in the audience. Number one, I stay with the people. When I'm introduced, I don't come from the front of the room on the stage like I'm a big deal. I come from the back of the room with a copy of my book. I'm beautifully dressed. And a video opens to no applause. Everyone else gets a standing ovation because they asked for it. That's called bull. Absolute BS. SHIT. Total crap. I want to earn a standing ovation. I don't want it given to me. So I tell them, don't you dare. I don't want anyone applauding when I walk out. You want to make money with me? You want me to help these people? You introduce me. Read what it is I give you. Introduce me, and if you know me, talk about the intimacy of our relationship and say, no applause. This man is not a presenter. He's not a speaker. He's a human being. He's the father of 3. I want to be introduced as the father of 3. That's what I want to be introduced as. They invest in the people they relate to, not in the people they don't relate to. So listen to this. The video plays for 30 to 60 seconds. It shows all the big names I've trained and other people like you with families like yours. No problem. Bam, bam, bam. And I'm now walking from the back of the room to the middle of the room, and I've got a book and my clicker, and I stand there, and just like this, exactly like this, I say, and I'm looking at the screen, and I'm in the middle of the room, 1,200, 2,500 people. Aaron's seen me do this countless times. I say, what a load of crap. What a total load of crap. And the audience is like, talk about a pattern. Raise your hand. Is that a pattern interruption? Is that something you wouldn't expect? And I look at the audience, and I'm just standing there with my shoulders down. None of this crap. I'm just standing there in a beautiful suit, and I got the book, and I go, the last thing we need to hear about is my success. All that counts today are the three things I'm about to give to you that changed my life. And if you're wondering about how long it's going to take you to do them, well, you can use them tonight. And there's nothing to buy. If I had something to offer you, I would ask permission first, because that's what I do. I've got a copy of one of my best-selling books here. Anyone like it? Someone raises their hand, I walk over, I autograph the book, and I hand them the book. The second thing I say to the audience is, I could be a total asswipe, an idiot, a loser, a pathetic fool. And if you have a book you're taking seriously, write this down. You need a friggin' book. I've met at least 500 of the most well-known authors on the planet, and most of them were idiots. Having a book doesn't mean you know anything, but not having it, you're forgotten before you even begin. It differentiates you. In the room here, would anyone like oh, hang on. Who knows if the book's any good? So now I do something that's in the book with the audience, interactive thing. It looks like I'm reading their mind. It's crazy, really strong. And their jaws drop. And I go, anyone like to know how I did that? It's in the book. Take out your cell phones. Take out your cell phone. I'm going to gift you the book right now. I can't walk around with, 1,700 hardcover books. I'm just going to give you the friggin' download right now. Right now. Write down hashtag, then I give them a little number, and boom, right on their phone. Write this down. I just captured all their emails, all of them. And I've got all their phone numbers now. And they clicked the little box there. I got permission to text them. I just took 1,700 names out of the room. I just got the whole database with permission from the producer. Otherwise, you don't do that. And they're automatically tagged /Aaron Sim. So if any money comes in for the next year, he gets whatever percentage he agreed to. Raise your hand if that's fair. Real fair. So now it doesn't matter if they buy now, because I'll be the only speaker in the room who supports them and creates value for the next year. And there's a point of engagement where they convert, where they just realize this guy's offering too much, he's too consistent. Remember, trust is the result of telling the truth, being authentic, showing the proof that it works, and giving them tools, tactics, techniques, and processes that actually work, not only producing revenue, but giving them emotional balance or recovery from the father that wasn't there for them or the mother that watched when they were beaten. There's always a trigger. There's always something. And in order for them to move forward, they've got to resolve the majority of those triggers. And so, speakers don't realize it, but there's a degree of intervention that takes place when you have the right follow-up program and you're constantly nurturing them emotionally, not just financially, but there's a balance of mindset, mission, moves. Their mindset needs to be shifted. They've got to have a mission, and they've got to have the moves that will actually monetize and give them their freedom both online and offline in today's world. Third thing, write this down, hardcore. At the end of my presentation, I say there's only three things that I request of myself in making a buying decision. It needs to be an investment and not a purchase. An investment needs to guarantee a return. So here's my guarantee on return, my ROI. If you don't triple your investment as a direct result of applying all the moves in the Mentoring for Millions online mentorship program, in 1 year, you make all the moves, you didn't triple your investment, I'll pay you $1,000, and all the money that was making virtually no interest in your bank account will be wired to it because it's sitting literally in an escrow type account. I don't need it. I'll give it right back. That's if you don't triple your investment. That's a minimal expectation. It's all in writing. Number 2, never do business with anyone that won't give you a 1-year guarantee. 3 months isn't long enough. 30 days, right of rescission 3 days. That's disgusting, despicable. People have hard lives right now in hard times. Emotional, physical, physiological, spiritual. They're challenged. You need to give them a year. In a year, they kind of know what's what. You need to support them. So don't do business with anyone that doesn't do that. Number 3, don't do business with anyone that won't pay you if you fail. If they're so sure their system's that good, they should be willing to put their money where their mouth is. Real simple. Oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I'm also taking everyone to dinner tonight who's at the event, who is seriously considering meeting my students. Students who have flown in from all over the world, who have already succeeded as a result of my proven process. Please stand up. There's like 20 of them there. Because I tell them, if you want me to, I'll train you for free. I'll meet you. Come to the event. They fly in, they get additional training and support, and I buy out the restaurant. And I do a pre-ordered meal. So maybe I'm spending $25 a person. I've got a beverage. I go, by the way, no liquor, not on my watch. I don't want you numb and dumb. I want you alert and aware. When you go downstairs tonight, take your credit card, go to the back table, invest in my system. They won't process your card till 12 noon tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, if you weren't blown away by what happens at the free dinner, you simply bring your form back up. They didn't process your card anyway. You get all your money back, which you never spent anyway. However, you do that, you bring down the yellow receipt, you got dinner for you and everyone else in your party for free. I've never had one person that didn't buy. It's called a room extraction close. I take them all to dinner. I buy them dinner, cost me $25, big friggin' deal. Who closes them in the restaurant? No one. Just the students sitting at the tables who now tell them what they've done, and they live vicariously through their success. They make their own decisions. It's over. Next morning, all the speakers hate me. Why? Because everyone goes up there and goes, I'm not buying that, I'm buying his. Write down 2 things, primacy and recency. The last thing they experience is the last thing they remember. The person with the best guarantee wins. The person with the most comprehensive message to market match wins. You want to win, you build a more compelling offer. You want to win, you have a better guarantee. You want to win, you put your money where your mouth is. You want to win, you believe in your process. You want to win, you take your students and make sure they succeed, and then you bring them to your friggin' events. And what do? They learn. You have no idea what I just gave you. No friggin' idea. That's masterclass. That's just a sample. That's a sample of a smidgen, of a sliver, of a concept. But masterclass, we do it. A lot of people say, what is masterclass? It's the art of closing and the art of presentation. On your feet, in your seat. On your feet, in your seat. But it's done at a level where you don't have a choice. You just get good at it. And your level of competence. Also master closing pitch construction. I get $850,000 to build a pitch and a product, and I get 6% continuity to perpetuity for the rest of their lives. I make sure that every one of my masterclass has all my tools and resources. That's why I say that alone is $500,000. Aaron, unmute yourself. Were you blown away by the tools and resources that I gifted at the first masterclass when you flew to Los Angeles to train with me?
Absolutely. Mind-blowing. As a matter of fact, I want to make sure that I attend this round for the 10 days. Lock in my time. Definitely.
Yeah, where do you see the virtual techniques? I also want you to write this down. Masterclass, because there's no choice anymore. I have to turn you into the finest virtual marketer on the planet. And this is just step 1, guys. This is my gift to all of you. I don't want any of you like, I can't afford to do that. Or, you know what? I want you to write this down. Just write down the number 1 objection. Too expensive. Just write it down. Too expensive. T-O-O-O-O-O-O expensive. Here's my answer. Each of you has lost anywhere from $200,000 to $250,000 for every year you didn't train with me. End of answer. Those who implement, the money's not a concern. I only teach what I do. I ain't pretty. I ain't thin. I'm not the smartest guy on the planet. I can't argue with you politically or theologically for very long. I don't sing well. I'm a terrible percussionist. I was kicked out of the orchestra. I was a horrible martial artist in terms of the ring. They kept breaking my ribs and knocking me out. And I just, I'm pretty. I was pretty in terms of movement, kata, but I wasn't a good fighter because I didn't like hurting anyone. Actually, I guess you have to like hitting someone. I just didn't do it. So 32 years of martial arts. And the only thing I ever learned from martial arts was how to protect other people. For some reason, someone else is in harm's way. I can do what needs to be done for them. But for me, parry and move out of the way. I'm actually a very gentle man. And you're going to find that there's a very gentle way to engage and close and make your offer and really feel and be significant. I've never met anyone I've trained that couldn't do it. And the only people who fail are the ones who give up on themselves. And even those people find out that, wow, I can't believe I can do this and that. Even those who give up on themselves have some radical results. So today, my intention was a very simple one: to give you enough to run a virtual event and to inspire you enough and give you all the resources you would need to quickly and efficiently and efficaciously deliver online on a more professional level. In closing, I'd like you to write down StreamYard, because I do believe that StreamYard is a simulation of the majority of what I showed you here, but it's about $500 a year to customize it so you can put in your own branding. And that's expensive for some of you. So I wanted to teach you this because this is the free way of doing it. But I want you to know that StreamYard is very effective. Is it a substitute? No. What does StreamYard do better than OBS? Interview up to 10 people, 9 people. Yeah, it does that better. If your thing is interviews, StreamYard is fantastic. Simple streaming, easy to learn. Would anyone like me to include a master training on StreamYard for free? So if you don't want to deal with any of this stuff, you can just be working in an hour. You can use the free version. It's still good. You're just limited by the amount of customization. And here's what I found out with StreamYard. You really don't need those videos, and you really don't need all the customization. I like it, but you don't need it. Write down StreamYard. Fantastic, great resource. They give it away. It's got all the same buttons. Only difference is not quite as many bells and whistles and not as many hours per month. But if you use it strategically, it's enough hours to do a great job. Love you all. Spent some time with my wife, Shemaya, and everyone else. Derek, tomorrow night I will see you. And this week for me and every week right now is full prep for masterclass and back-to-back. If you guys wonder what I do, all I do are, if I'm not with you here, I'm on an average of 2 to 3 consults 4 days a week. We're backed up 2 years now. It's very, very hard. I actually don't want people buying consultations online. We're actually going to be taking down a large part of our offering because I can't handle it. I can't handle it and have a life. Breakthrough will be it. I promised I might do one more. This will be it. And for Masterclass this year, this will be it. That's it. Aaron and I have already agreed. We have no desire to market Masterclass. We want to take exceptional care of the people we have from Asia and the U.S. And it's going to be amazing, really amazing. Formally, I'll send out a video probably about tomorrow night or the next morning for those attending Masterclass in the U.S., explaining that it's not only a greater event, it'll be probably the best event I've ever conducted because I'm more prepared, more on top of my game, more profitable, more resilient. I've learned more. You get stronger. You don't get weaker. I also want you all to know something here. In closing, There are days where I can't think of a certain word. And there are days where I can't think of a certain phrase. And there are times I'll be negotiating and I'll forget a certain principle or leverage point. And there are times I can't remember my child's birthday or my dog's name. But I want to tell you about all the other times. I'm sharper than I've ever been. And when it comes to strategy and structure, better than I've ever been. So I want y'all to write this down. As you get older, you will leak. There are emotional leak points and intellectual. There are points where you just don't feel on top of your game. But don't examine those points. Examine your wisdom, your depth, and your experience, because it transcends those points. So whenever I forget something, like the word hydrate, I have a lot of trouble coming up with that word. It's just this. Does anyone have a weird word like that where they just can't think of it? It's like this scotoma. It's like a blind spot. Where's the pencil? Behind your ear. Where are your keys? In your hand. Where's your wallet? In your pocket. Where's your phone? In your hand. But you can't remember where they are. You are designed to remember what's most important, not what's somewhat irrelevant. Do not beat yourself up on the minutia. Don't die on that hill. It ain't worth it. Life is good. And I wish you guys had more to choose from in the United States on this election. I wish you had more of a menu. It's not very appetizing. It's kind of like going to In-N-Out Burger. You know, it's 1, 2, 3. Not sure what we have right now. Let's cross our fingers here, but let's know one thing. There's a lot we can do to impact the lives of others. And there's a lot we can do for our family by being an example. The people I know in my inner circle, and the people I touch, and the people I empower, the people I transfer skill sets to, are having amazing years. And I know that many of the students are feeling really good about their life right now. And if you were listening to the news all day, it's not designed to make you feel good. It's designed to make you feel weak and dependent on big government. I'm not making a political comment here. That's how it's engineered. My love to all of you. I love you. I will demonstrate it through my actions. If you were on this broadcast for the first 4 hours, I will download the entire CSV, convert it, and I will hand copy and paste the entire package, which I will build overnight. And you should get it by 12 noon tomorrow. I'd like you to give me an extension on that. Let's just say 6 p.m. Because tomorrow I'm also getting ready for my group. I've got about 85% done, but I want you to have more. This will become a product for $5,000. You'll be the only people who receive it for free. Thank you for being a part of it. This is how you build a product and a process. And could we have gone deeper on the technical? Absolutely. And I also could have put you to sleep. So instead, I gave you all the trainings, all the links, all the free, everything you'll need so that you can make it happen. Don't overwhelm them with the technology. Overwhelm them with the emotion behind it and how it's used and the importance behind it. That's the key. Bye, guys. Thanks for being here.